Avast, ahoy, and g'day once again to ye mateys. You may think I'm an ignorant pirate, and you've seen so many live streams, I guess it must be so. But still I cannot see, since the DM he is me. How can there be so much Humblewood left to show? Left to show. With me, I have me hearty crew. A wolf crying to the blue corn moon, Darius surname redacted. Asking a grinning bobcat why he grinned, it's Mr. John Best. All the voices of a mountain, it's Karen Schlink. And all the colours of the wind, it's Brendan Ellis. So let's talk about these lovely folks. Yeah. Let's talk about these chaps, shall we? John, I think you're muted, mate. But let's ask Daria who the heck she is first, and John can figure himself out.
I don't even know who I am. I'm a bit confused. I'm corn, I'm blue, I'm wolf.
The blue corn moon. I don't. It's a hard one. I don't really know the reference there.
Yeah, cook hard door. I don't know. I don't know what is happening.
Pocahontas is not a banger.
Don't dead open inside. Blue corn, blue hook, man wolf, car door. I'm Daria.
Man wolf.
I'm Daria. I'm an artist, and I've done the portraits for the Humblewood campaign, and also I'm very much commissionable if you need a little bit of art in your life. And yeah, that's me. I'm playing Julio Switchgear, who's a pope.
That he is. Okay, fried in oil. Turn the corn into something nicer. Blue popcorn moon is a different thing, though. John, who the absolute heck are you?
Hi, I'm John. I've been a performer for a long time. Lover of greyhounds for a while. Lover of D&D also for a while. I play Bron. I'm not commissionable. Yeah, that's about it.
I reckon you could be commissionable.
I was grinning as you described me as... for enough money, yeah, I guess. Anyway.
Everyone's got a price.
Mine is just the lowest.
Yeah. I don't know about that. Karen, tell me about yourself.
Hello, I am the mother of bunnies. I am a performer, a writer, an internet addict. I suppose you could commission me to write shit for you. I technically do that. Everything from screenplays to limericks.
Really? Limericks?
Yeah.
I can even write you some sexy fan fiction to go with your erotic fairy portraits.
Can you write us a sexy limerick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Ooh.
Haiku.
Well,
sexy haiku.
I think
Sexy
I'll leave my
haiku is
introduction
easy.
there then, while I go write a sexy
Fair
limerick.
Yeah, sexy haiku is much easier.
Give me a sexy subject.
Me.
Boobs.
Oops. Okay.
I didn't go far, did I?
Yeah, no.
Look, you went for
Neither
the
of us.
obvious option, but I'm not mad about it.
You gonna pay Daria? I'm not gonna pay Daria. It's Karen doing the writing. Brendan, who the heck are you?
Hello, I'm Brendan Ellis. I'm an actor and director, and I'm also open for commissions. Send me a message, and we'll figure something out.
For what? You have to ask
Very
first, and if
easy,
you have to
very
ask,
vague.
you
I
can't
like
afford it. And I be Josh the Pirate.
It's okay, I'm very cheap.
You can find me here on my channel Corsairs Cove, where I run D&D and other RPG-related games with my lovely wife Karen, the mother of bunnies, and all my splendid friends. And I am also purchasable for the right price, and you can get me to come to your house and play D&D with you, or run your games online if that's what you prefer. DM me, I love it. Boobs, the world's shortest haiku. Yes, normally there's a few more syllables, but every member of
I
Japan
underline
gets
this, it's coming.
I must also remind the Rainstorm, the River, and our audience to please like, follow, and subscribe to all the things, you bloody champions. We have all the exclamation mark socials. We got a bit of a YouTube going on where you can check out all the episodes you may have missed. And we've got a Discord where you can come and check out Daria's fairy porn a little bit early. Or you can see the limericks Karen writes, or all of the filthy, filthy pickup lines that our audience tends to write. They're all in there. They're excellent. We are affiliated with a couple of wonderful companies who often regret their decisions to be affiliated with us. First of all, there is Wooten Forge Gaming Accessories. We love them very much. This is one of their dice keepers, or one half of their dice keepers. The other half of it is here. I roll all the dice. All the DM dice get rolled in this. It's a gorgeous thing. Check it out at wootenforge.com/Corsairs Cove. They have loads of different fancy products, all made of exotic and Australian hardwood, often reclaimed, which is very much my vibe. Love it. Aaron and Nate are lovely chaps. Support them. Check them out there. And we are also affiliated with Troll Lord Games, who have a Kickstarter going on for the Gary Gygax's Fantasy Worlds, which is one of the last releases of Gary Gygax, and they have modernized it and brought it into the modern era for us all, and it's currently on Kickstarter, and the final week this week, so you can check that out at Kickstarter or at trolllord.com. They're amazing stuff. It's great. So, did I see... Terrace. No, Bishop Blood. I like to touch boobs. I love to look at those boobs. Yes, I do like boobs. A haiku. That it is. That it is.
Message unclear. How do you feel about boobs?
Yeah.
I think he's ambivalent.
I'm in the process of writing an acrostic in the Discord because that's not going to work in Twitch chat, unfortunately.
Amazing.
I don't even know what that is.
So you write the letter, you write the word down the edge, and then...
that's what it is. Okay. I have seen those, yes.
The Lorite apparently told their Dungeon of the Mad Mage players that they'd get inspiration if they wrote something creative about how the party shanghaied Volo. The results were amazing. Now, where's my money? Alrighty. Well, guys, I think we need to talk about what the heck happened last time. Catch everybody up, because it was a fairly momentous occasion. Brendan, what the heck happened last time?
Sorry, I'm too busy writing poetry about tits.
That's
Fuck
fair.
you, DM.
John,
I don't care.
that's
I'm
fair.
writing
John,
about
what happened last time?
Last
You blew
time
it.
we executed our plan flawlessly in that we
Yeah, we did. We
just about
executed a
done.
guy.
Oh.
Last time we started the session having just walked in on the bouncing buoyant boob lord himself, the Slime King.
Oh yeah.
Who was not of his right mind, I think is fair to say.
He was of several, but none of them were his.
Yeah, that's true. There were lots of heads and lots of skeletons. We were reluctant to fight, and indeed had other things that we wished to do, but the Slime King and the DM had other plans, so fight we did.
How fucking dare you.
The Slime King had two slime cultist mates, one of which required about 5 or 6 different people over 3 or 4 rounds to murder, and the other one that required 1 round of Kesh just slaughtering.
Amazing cash.
Two rounds. It was 3 arrows, 3 whole shots.
3 whole shots.
And in fairness, there was actually 3 rounds because she spent the second one being fucked up in melee.
In any case, Kesh was far more effective than the rest of us.
That I'll give you.
Yeah. But we eventually got the 2 slime cultists down. Meanwhile, Sage was with us, and she was doing pretty well on her concentration saving throws or whatever she was doing to cast a spell to progress plot. So I believe we were able to do that in 4 rounds, which was the minimum, I believe.
Yep.
And thanks to chat for mostly rolling pretty okay, and for when they didn't, we had plans to get around it anyway.
Yep.
I think Sage had Bardic Inspiration or some other little doodads and stuff.
I used my DM's inspiration for the final one.
Yes, yeah, excellent. So There was a point where Eric turned into a giant praying mantis who was also on fire. Didn't seem not to dissuade the Slime King from attacking him much. We had people go down quite a bit. I did Julio and Bron both go down.
Yeah.
But they got better. Then we finished the combat. Hey everyone, a great session. Time to sign off? No. Wrong. Turns out that the Slime King was hanging out in what was rapidly becoming a death node. That sounds pretty bad. Let's stop that. Sage's spell did revert Slime King back into Leandric, which everyone was really happy about and seemed really keen to ignore all of the horrific crimes that he committed.
Except Eric.
Look, there's words to be had about that later.
Yes,
Leandric helped the rest of us. We were all present in participating in the cleansing of this death node, which was below the fossilized roots of the Older Heart. There were big plant growth spells in play. There was singing and a bit of harmonizing. There was copper wiring. There was sucking up the life node to help power our little ritual. And there was a magic circle with spell. And there was also the holding of hands and the plucking of an eyeball that powered the ritual, which was pretty extreme, but seemed to do the job. And it's okay. Julio didn't lose his eye for it, so that's cool. Julio and Eric had a quite little word about that, and then they decided to celebrate their victory by remaining alive. And I believe that's where we ended.
Excellent. Thank you
We
very
also
much.
had a cute little epilogue of every time Julio closes his eyes, there's a red, huge eyeball staring at him. So I'm sure that's not gonna come up again.
Yeah,
It's fine.
yeah, it's not every time. It's just the one time you did so. You're like, whoa.
Yeah, not blinking ever again. Got it.
Oh. That's very good, Bishop Blood. I am not reading it.
It's disgusting. Thank you. 10 out of 10.
Anyway, back to my poem about breasts.
Yes, thank you. Alrighty. Well, mateys, I think it was very accurate and excellent. May resplendent robins provide you with all the cabling you require, and all your murders be undone by rampant explosions of life magic, as we head tremulously at first, and then with mounting heat and passion into the Humblewood. How exciting. What a lovely time. So, we return to the roots of the Alderheart, where the gang have just resolved an issue with a Slime King, and then a far more serious one, an incipient death node less than 100 feet away from the life one in the roots. Well, that went far better than it probably had any right to. Good show, everyone. Jolly good show. Yes. I'll go and get some help, shall I?
Please.
And
Who's talking?
Mihai sort of dashes out at that. So it was Leandric to begin with, and then Mihai sort of butted in.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Oh, Sage. Yes. And Leandric goes over and helps Sage with the 4 young people that she is sort of tending. Right. Yes. And a couple of them sort of shy away from him. And he says, oh, well, yes, I'll go and see to the others. Yell if you need anything, my dear. And Sage sort of nods at him with a sad smile. And he walks back to... He actually is walking towards Bron, who I think was standing next to Kesh when we ended. He walks towards you, sort of his shoulders rather set, actually. He's sort of like he steadies himself. And reaches over his shoulder, grasps the great sword over his shoulder, and draws it. This is the same blade that the Slime King wielded. And he draws it as he approaches Bron and Kesh. And then he sort of turns it and hands it hilt first to Bron. My thanks for your help. Couldn't have done it without you. Really, I hadn't the faintest idea what to do. That was all you, really.
Well, thank you. I mean, I feel the same. I'm a little tired, so I'm glad you were there to help lay the cable. Because it's been a long day.
Yes, I imagine. Yes, me too. Look, where I'm headed, I doubt I'll have any need of this, and you'll probably get better use out of it than I. It's not really my thing. I'm actually not 100% certain where I acquired it. But I imagine it's still got some fairly heavy-duty magic left in it. A chap of your stature could make good use out of it. And he presents you a bone-cast blade. The blade is bone. And it's not a metal sword, it is bone. And running along the fuller is a small channel that leaks, but never to the point of dripping anywhere. A green slime out of it. And this is a slime-forged blade, Bron, and you will find it in your inventory. I have already equipped it to you.
Oh, yes, you have. Oh, amazing! Thank you.
It is a it is a +2 greatsword that, on a crit, paralyzes the target for a round. It's a nasty weapon. Leaky bones, yes. And then he turns to Kesh and he says, "Well, Major, sorry, I apologize, Colonel. I believe it's Colonel now, isn't it?
I lose track."
Yes. Well, if you would do me the honor of clapping me in irons, I think is the term. Always struck me as a rather romantic thing to do. And he sort of puts out both wrists.
Given you are, as we say, coming quietly, I don't think the clapping in irons is necessary, although obviously we will need you to kind of give an accounting of, and Kesh kind of gestures
all of this. Yes.
To the appropriate officials, and then we will determine an appropriate either compensation or punishment. Obviously, the compensation is not for you, that's for other people.
He actually looks a little disappointed. Like he kind of...
if you want me to dramatically chain you and drag you back to the, the... God, where would I even take... I feel like I'd have to take him to the perch guard. Clap him irons and drag him to the perch guard.
He says, "Well, it's entirely up to you, my dear." And he nudges you in a sort of playful manner, and he says, No, that's all right. Yes, I will, of course, cooperate in every way that needs to be.
And obviously, this entire area is now a crime scene. So we'll find somewhere for you to stay, okay?
Yes. Well, yes.
I'm not saying we're going to lock you in a cell, but there'll definitely be a guard outside.
I almost feel it would be I'd be more comfortable if you did, at least for a little while.
Like, we're not going to put you in a hotel.
No. No. But I am in your custody. and at your recognizance and so forth. Yes. Well, you're sort of in charge and everything. I'll go and sit and wait to be told what to do. Right?
Yes. Sir, I would like you to sit over there and touch nothing, speak to no one, and look appropriately contrite until I come to fetch you.
Yes, Colonel. Of course. Right away.
And Kesh kind of straightens her tunic, like, yes.
And
I am punishing him.
He somewhat theatrically, but not to the point of taking the piss. Just
Yes, I'm not taking the piss. I'm just like leaning into the whole. Yeah.
It's a bit of a joke, but it's not like. He goes over and sits down a decent distance away from the group that Sage is tending, who seem fine, to be honest. If you had to pass judgment on them, they seem confused but not upset.
I just want to point out, if you try and blow up a bridge, even if you don't succeed in blowing up the bridge,
Oh yeah,
you still tried to blow up a bridge.
absolutely. It's attempted murder rather
So
than
great that they're okay, but still a problem that they potentially would not have been. I realized that the bridge collapsed recently, and I shouldn't have said blow up a bridge.
Well,
Sorry.
By
example.
people who are okay, do you mean the children?
Yes, the
Yeah,
the 4 people who had been kidnapped who were killed are now
it's like
resurrected.
they might be okay now, but they're children.
2 of them
Yeah.
actually already were. Though both Seeley and the other one who had not actually been named, Sam was his name, were both significantly older than they currently are. Both look about 3 years old now, whereas Sam was actually in his mid-teens, and Seeley was, I think, around 12. So yes, they have gotten significantly younger. Whereas Kagullan and rolls down in his notes, Moira. Well, Moira was in her 60s, and Kagullan was in his mid-30s. Neither of them are older than 5 or 6 now.
Yep.
And all seem, confused, but not upset. And I think it's worth noting that, he has seemed 100% genuine about his contriteness and willingness to cooperate. Yeah. So, yeah. What do you do? Anything? How do you deal with this situation?
I would like to go. I would like to go quickly check in with the resurrected peeps.
Yep.
Make sure they kind of know who they are and what's just happened.
Yep. They do, broadly. Talking with Kagullan, who was a young Corvum thief, or a teenager. He was, his mid-30s. And I think I said he was a Corvum. And it's noteworthy, Julio, these were all members of your flock. They were all worshippers. Sam as well. He and his parents went to pray in your temple. And they are, Kagullan had even, it felt a little bit like he was hiding from the law while he was in there, but no one was turned away, and he did make the proper obeisances and really did seem to listen when you talked about the tree. Kesh, talking with Kagullan, he clearly knows who he is, but it's like they've got the knowledge of their former selves, but with the personalities to match their age.
Oh,
Interesting.
that's an interesting combination.
So it's basically a 6-year-old with really good math and reading.
Just
Like-
to be clear, when you refer to them as 6 and 5 and 3, like this is Humblewood years, right? And
This is
many
approximate to Humblewood races, yeah. So
Okay, so you are approximating rather than being literal.
yeah. The Gerbine would be, by Gerbine standards, 6 months. You know, like, but that's because the Gerbine reaches maturity at 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Julio would accompany Cash to talk to them, but still very much out of it, and just like vaguely checks out if they're okay, saying like, the old heart will protect us, and for those of us who have sinned a lot, this is an opportunity to start anew. I'm gonna go lie down. He's very much out of it.
They are all in awe of. I mean, they're all kind of in awe of all of you. Crispin, thanks very much for the resub, buddy. But Julio particularly, because they knew Julio from before, and Seely actually goes, "Uncle Julio," and sort of grabs hold of you a little bit, and like dashes over and hugs you, like wraps her arms around your leg.
Oh, patting on the head. There. How are you feeling?
Much better now.
Yeah. Oh, you'll have some stories to tell to the other kids at the temple after this.
And Sage sort of pats her head and says, "Yes. Now, I was thinking, Colonel, if you don't mind, I might take these little ones home with me for a little while we sort out a situation for them. Sam, your mum and dad can come and talk to me and pick you up from there. Sam did have parents, but the others, Moira, Seely was an orphan, Moira was a widow, and Kagullan didn't have a lot of friends. So the others are probably up shit creek as far as someone to look after them goes. But it seems that Sage is keen to take that on.
I think that they should go into the custody of the Perch Guard. They are victims of a crime.
While I don't disagree with the statement, I think also, given everything that's happened, whatever would be least traumatizing for them in this moment might be suitable.
I'm not sure the Purge Guard has the facilities or the time to care about children right now. Let's consider this a foster home for a bit.
Why don't we? I think Mr. Ashbourne has a good point, actually. So why don't I'll go with them and make sure. Is that all right? Do you think that's okay?
Yes,
I
we do
think
need to
that's
get.
fine, or otherwise the Tender Hall can take them.
Or we can make Sage a member of the guard. And then technically...
I actually think that the Tender Hall is probably the best equipped to examine them, and we're somewhat neutral when it comes to politics and the criminal element, and then we can make a decision from there.
Is this a political issue?
It has potential to be.
They are.
I
Sage, I apologize. You have been nothing but helpful to us, but you are a known associate of a man who kidnapped and murdered these people.
Oh, associate's a bit strong.
Yes, I mean, it does rather. I helped. I helped resolve the whole thing.
Associate would imply that she knew what was happening and was participating, which she was not.
Imply that, and I didn't call her an accomplice.
Well, you seem to be taking a rather hard line about it, though.
I think for the time being, we should take them to the Perch Guard, have them talk to, find out what happened, and hopefully by that point, we will be able to have a discussion with them about where they would like to go. They may have opinions on that.
Yeah, from how they talked so far, they seem to have the knowledge of their past lives. So I think presenting them with options is a good idea, Eric. But definitely we'll see what they want to do and who they want to be with, because ultimately it's their choice.
But Eric is fully in the right in terms of like legal proceedings. The Perch Guard,
Yeah.
or the thing is, Cash is fully within her rights to just. She is law enforcement as well, technically. There is no real distinction between military and law enforcement within the Alderheart. So, yeah. The Perch Guard technically have jurisdiction, but Kesh can supersede that with a word. So, yeah. But Eric is 100%
I like the
correct in that.
Slime King probation officer. That's very good.
Yeah. So, well, look, I'm happy to help if you need me to, as always. But I'll leave them with you then. It is around this point that Iari comes in and sees it and
The
says,
president.
"Well, I suppose I should have learned by now that if I ask the three of you to do a task, I don't really have any right to expect to understand the outcome.
Well, that's not a compliment.
Next time, though... No, you know what? I'm not even going to say it. I don't want to give you any ideas. Well done!
Thanks.
So, care to fill me in on what happened and what I'm looking at?
Right. Well, turns out that if you mess around with slimes too long, you kind of go a little crazy, and then the slimes consume you, and you become the Slime King, and you start trying to open a portal into death because that's what the slimes want. But if you are appropriately decursed,
Unslimed?
Sage?
unslimed, saged,
It sounds like I'm a seasoning.
technically you are.
Sorry, I guess.
Basically, Sage performed a ritual to counteract the kind of slime control Slime King issue. So he's now in his right mind and quite upset about what he has done while not in it, but also
Good.
acknowledges that he did do it. So he's not going to resist being taken away to the Perch Guard, I presume, so he can account for what has happened. We had to improvise a little crazy magic thing.
Yes, I dodged a
to
lot
close.
of cabling on the way in. Is that still important?
No, maybe.
It might actually. It might actually
I
make you
would
feel pretty
like to
good.
look at what used to be the building death node. What is it now?
That would require a nature or arcana check. Or religion,
Okay.
but it would get you something different.
My arcana and nature are the same, so let's go with arcana.
Very well.
Oh, by the way, by the point where Iari is here, Julio's little covering for the eye is
I
in
was
place.
actually going to ask you about that. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
21. Initially, I described it as the pool had gone very still and calm. It was just fresh, clear spring water by the looks of it. However, it has started to go a little cloudy. Like algae.
Is it giving off? I assume it's not appearing as or giving off the vibes of any kind of node, let alone a life or death node.
It is giving off the vibes of a life node.
It is. Okay.
Okay.
They made
And
another
the
life
algae isn't
node.
like muddying the waters. It was just a result of lots of life, right?
It's a life bloom.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But it doesn't look like it's going backwards or anything.
No, if anything, the growth around you is accelerating.
I do think that we should dismantle our setup now. I
This
feel
was a
that
fairly
it
well
will be
improvised.
self-sustaining.
Yeah. I'm quite impressed with our field mechanics here. That's quite good. Yeah. But
May I
agree,
suggest
it's
some haste? I wouldn't want to overload this thing.
Julio, can you please make me a
No.
religion check?
Yes, sir. Let's try that.
really-
Religion. Gonna load for a bit and think about it. Thinking about
while it's
Come on.
thinking, if Bron's going to take this apart, because he's very tired, he's just going to smack something so the cable falls off.
Or a 6.
Or
I am
6.
so tired.
Yeah. No, all right. Bron, you smack something so the cable falls off, and you are able to draw the cable out of the water, disconnecting the life node from the pool that you are looking at now. Yeah. Cool. She goes, oh, all right then. Good, I suppose. Well...
yes, the people who were killed...
Yes, so that
by
was the
slime,
next question. Did you find
they're
them?
back.
They were killed,
Yes, they were killed.
but they're
They're
back.
back.
Cash,
4 of them were
However,
killed.
they're very young.
Colonel, come with me.
And we're not sure at
Colonel,
this stage.
Colonel, come with me. So she draws you over to one side of the room. Very much a private conversation now. She says, you need to keep this very, 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 very quiet.
Oh, okay. Is there something I should know about?
Undeath necromancy? Illegal.
Fair.
Deeply, deeply, deeply illegal. I can't change it now it's happened. But... Well, also, you imagine the what would happen if people got wind that there's a pool down here that makes you go young again.
Well, we don't know if it'll do that again.
No, you're right, we don't.
But we don't want a bunch of people coming down here and fleeing themselves in to find out.
Correct, my dear. So that is,
Gotcha.
we are...
Okay.
Without, this is not an order. It's just a strong suggestion. Keep thy trap
see.
shut, my dear, about that one. You were just speaking rather loudly. Sorry, I do apologize. Continue.
Eric has suggested they go to the tenders after they've been interviewed.
I see no
Sage has
reason
also
to
offered to
suggest
take
otherwise.
care of them. But though they do seem to have some sense of who they are or who they were, so they may have...
They are all looking rather young. How old were some of them? I have details on a couple that look quite elderly, I believe, one of them.
One of them was quite elderly. Whether she'll be thrilled at her new lease on life remains to be seen. This might not be permanent, we don't know.
Well, there's an awful lot. Yes, all right. Good point. And we'll see, I suppose. So they were killed, but they're not anymore.
They were killed. They are not dead anymore. They're over there.
What would your thoughts be on the charging of somebody, charging somebody of murder who technically succeeded, but it didn't stick?
Complicated further by the fact that he technically was not in control of his faculties.
The plea of insanity is absolutely valid, but...
Attempted murder?
I suppose that's what it'll have to be, won't it? He seems
Manslaughter?
Well, he didn't slaughter anybody, did he? Well, I suppose he did. Ooh, this is going to be a knotty one. I am not looking forward to being on that jury.
I'm not looking forward to writing my report on this.
You're going to have to testify. You all are, I imagine.
Oh, God.
Well, what do you think?
What do I think? I think that...
Because
For...
technically no one has died.
Yes, but I think
some
given...
problems have occurred, but I think looking around me, we have not lost overly much.
No, and I think that should definitely be kept in consideration. However, I think there may be some benefit in some sort of punishment, or at least amends to be made to soothe any who feel affronted by what has occurred.
She nods and smiles and pats you on the shoulder and says, "You're coming along very nicely. Well done."
I'm not sure if I'm okay with that.
I agree completely. So,
And also, I think he wants to be punished.
well, whatever gets you off, I suppose. No, I agree.
I think to ease his own guilt more than anything else.
Quite likely. I'll have to get... I'm looking forward. I'm intrigued to read your report, and his is counting as well. Well, could I impose upon you to organize the guards and so forth, the removal of these poor young waifs and the guilty up to appropriate facilities? I'd agree with Eric, but of course, Granny probably would say that, wouldn't she? But I think he's right. The tenders probably would be a good place to put them, particularly as you're looking for people who are capable of assessing exactly what's gone on and see if they can fix it at all. The problem is you don't want to fix the undeath thing because they're... Look, it's been a long time since I did my mage training, but I don't think they're undead at all. They're just young.
No, they seem very much alive.
Yes. Well,
which is
I leave that to you, Colonel.
Weirdly a problem in and of itself.
And I'm going to, I actually think I'm going to have Privet deal with the rest of this. It's his constituency. He should pull his weight. And she speaks
Somewhere
up.
in the distant, Privet is like, no!
So she speaks
Don't
up.
make me deal with this.
She speaks up a little bit and says, "Well, thank you, the four of you, Mr. Hydecraft. Well done, good job, thank you.
You're very welcome.
The stones, the return stones, are of course yours to keep. Don't burn them alive too much. You know, I don't understand what I meant by that. You look like you've all been through the ringer somewhat. Maybe you should have a rest. I'll leave you to get things
Kesh is
sorted
a
and
quarter
everything.
health right now.
I'll have sent to your lodgings letters of credit for your work, for your. They'll only be good for stores within the Alderheart, but you know, if you can't find it in the Canopy Market, you can't find it anywhere legally. And
Kesh's bandit brain immediately thinks of like 10 other places she could get things if she wanted to.
yeah,
And then immediately tamps it down with like, no, I'm making an honest living, mostly.
yes, you lot have a rest. Eric, dear, may I have a little word?
Of course, grandmother.
You seem off. Was it that awful?
Not particularly more awful than anything else that we have seen. What with rogue Amaranthine and their followers and corrupt politicians and literal prison camps, I am more concerned about my companion's reaction to things.
Yes. What do you think we should do? I've asked Kesh already. Curious to see what you think.
Let's be plain. He committed several crimes. Kidnapping, for one. He succeeded in murdering 4 of them. That is a fact. The fact that they are now alive doesn't diminish that, let alone the fact that they are no longer the way that they were before. Their lives have been irreversibly changed. That is plain to see. I dispute the fact that he was possessed or anything else. He may have not have been of his right mind. What Kesh failed to mention was that there had been intervention by an individual matching the Fell's description, and several planar narcotics have been found in his possession, which I believe altered his mind irreversibly, but he was still of his mind. He committed these crimes. The fact that he helped us to reverse some of the damage he committed doesn't excuse that.
No, it doesn't.
the fact that that things were treated so flippantly when he requested to be arrested and that request was refused. The fact that nobody batted an eye at the fact that his ex-lover volunteered to take the victims into her own custody.
Iari wouldn't say this, but they weren't lovers. But
well, I don't know that.
Yeah.
I know that I saw his journal, which described feelings of love.
Yep.
So as far as Eric's concerned, they were ex-lovers.
Fair enough.
And Eric started this as a whisper, but would have raised his voice in the passion of it and would have a vague awareness of that and would not care.
Yep.
And then he would lower his voice again. If you were asking me what punishment I think that he deserves, first of all, I would say that isn't my place. Secondly, I think that it should be harsh, but I believe that an execution would be too harsh. I think that he has demonstrated skills that would be of benefit to the Older Heart, and he should be kept under severe watch within custody, certainly not released in anyone else's custody, and be made to work for the betterment of the humble and bird folk, which, to be honest, I think might be too light because I think he would enjoy that. Is that all, grandmother?
I don't disagree with anything you said, my dear. In fact, I agree with an awful lot of it. I don't know enough about the situation. I was really just gathering information, but it is interesting. If you're done, my dear, then you may go. And thank you for your candor.
Eric is going to go back to all the pipes and wiring and all the other stuff. The routes that he manipulated are probably pretty much fixed in place, but everything that is not natural, he will be working to, rolling up cables and putting things away, which nobody else in his party seemed to care about.
All right. Very well. Cool. Yeah. What do the gang do? The Kesh presumably goes and gets some guards to take Leandric away.
I'll go find some Pet Guards or Wildwood Brigadiers, whoever's kind of most accessible.
Yeah.
Give them the bare bones of what needs to happen now.
Yeah.
And
there would be Wildwood Brigadiers down here, and they take Sage pretty much insists on accompanying the children, but doesn't have an issue with going with the guards to do it. And Leandric is taken to a different place. Leandric is taken to... There isn't really a prison, but the Perch Guard headquarters does feature a brig, so they would be taking him there. The sergeant in charge says when the children have all been interviewed, we'll take them down to the tender halls. Maybe your companion could arrange for something there.
I'm sure he can manage letting them know so they can prepare.
Well, as I understand it, he's in charge there right now.
Well, yes, that's what I meant.
All right. Watcher, Colonel. And he heads off. Cool. So, yeah. How do you spend the rest of the day? I imagine you're going it's sort of mid-afternoon, late afternoon at this point.
I need a healer because I'm 3/4 dead.
Yeah, Julio would go very wobbly little leggies because he's at 10 HP. He's just like he spent his
Totally
last
on
bit of-
Cash staggering out, leaning on each other.
He's spent his last bit of energy trying to talk to the little kids, and he's just going to the temple. And if there are people there, he will let them know the situation is under control, and they should be able to safely stay at their houses. And he will just go to the room with the life node and just take a very, very long nap.
Yeah, you get there and find Privet already spreading that exact information.
Beautiful.
And you make one attempt to do it, and he just pats you on the shoulder and then just pushes you into your temple.
Yeah. I just Julio would want people to see that he's okay. Everything is like handled. He's like, and it just knocks out.
You head in, and just as you are sort of staggering in, Mihai sort of catches you and takes you over to the ooze bed that has followed her loyally all the way to this temple, and is now it's changed as well. It looks significantly more sort of grand. It's starting to grow 4 posts. But it hasn't finished yet. And it sets itself up in the corner of the main temple facing the archway through into the life node, and she just puts you to sleep on it.
Thank you, Mihai.
And
You're good.
She tucks you in.
And she,
Yeah.
I think Braun is going to join the stagger out because he has 7 hit points.
Team Stagger, woo!
Yay!
I love how Aaron's like, no one's helping me with this, and we're all 3 like, oh my god, I'm so dead.
I
right now."
nearly died. I feel really shit right now.
I just had an eye hammered into my head. I'm dealing with a lot of existential crisis.
Yeah. There was mention of like quarters. I don't know if Ron remembers where they are, but he would basically go back to his room, eat as much as he can, and sleep. That's the 3 things.
I think the quarters that you were offered is in the super secret hideout, which you might not know how to get into. But you could go with Julio.
Ron is like, I'm going to bed, and then like half an hour later is just lost.
Where is it?
Yeah, I think you would be very welcome to join in the life node sleepy time, because it's quiet and it has a bed. That's all we need.
So about 2 minutes after Julio flops down, Bron is brought in, supported by by Mihai and Shayax, and is tucked in on the other side of the bed, which it's starting to grow into a double bed.
I imagine Shayax probably brings us some food, like in a little apron, like a good,
actually,
like old gentleman Joby he is.
It is a chalice with it's like a silver chalice with a plate over the top, and he removes the plate and with a pair of tongs removes a hash brown and places it in your hand.
Sacrificial hash browns. This his blood and body.
Yeah, this is the body. This is his sap and this is his bark. And
I love that instead of normal fucking tiny little crusty ass pieces, we get a fucking thick hash brown. That's good.
Yeah, it's not that thick. It is quite thin because it's supposed to be the bark of a tree. But yeah. But they were like, we're not going to give you any sap. You guys are out of it already. It'd probably be either cider or mead, I think, though. Kesh, what do you do?
I'm gonna go looking for, well, I'll go basically wherever Wildwood Brigadiers go to get patched up after a fight.
Yeah.
Because as much as I would love to have a sleep, I need to make some notes before I go to sleep. Because Cash is aware she's gonna have to, like, account for what just happened, and, as much as just crashing and burning out is so tempting right now, she's like, gotta make some dot points, and then...
Okay. Yeah, you were taken to the hospital ward within the Brigadier headquarters, And well, you get there by yourself. You don't need help, but you can take it if you want it. And yeah, you are patched up. It's not mechanical healing, but you are in no danger of bleeding out. And then you sort of stagger up to your office with a small bottle of medicinal whiskey, and make some dot points up there.
And
then
a coffee.
fall asleep on the bed in the corner. Because I imagine Kesh is the kind of person who has a bed in the corner of her office just in case.
Oh, totally. But I would have made sure that like the area was secure before I left. Like I would have like made sure the guards knew to like not let anyone in there.
Yeah.
And to
there is a strong guard around.
Not lend their efforts to scurrilous gossip.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I just realized before Bron left, he probably would have walked up to Eric and said, I can notch your staff now. Because, yes, that needs a long rest, and we haven't had one for a while. But I can do the thing that I was going to do to Eric's staff to, like, add the alchemist, sorry.
Yeah.
What is it? The artificer... I can infuse it. Which I think we decided I was going to do like 2 or 3 sessions ago.
Yeah.
But we kept postponing because there were more pressing matters at hand.
So like, I guess before we wandered off, now is the chance. It's a long rest. We can do it if you want.
Eric will look at Brian for a moment and then give him the stuff. And he will say, I'll be in the Tenderhooks.
Very well. Eric, what do you do?
Eric is going to realize that trying to clean up this whole area by himself is not going to happen right now, and he has more important things that he needs to be doing. So he is going to go to the tender halls, gathering. He did give instruction to some tenders to like cordon the area around the temple. So he would probably go past the front of the temple, ideally not having to go inside, and will give them a short brief and basically say, check out the area, secure it. Some guards will... I think some guards were already there, is that right?
Yeah.
Not inside there, basically making sure no one goes in there.
Yeah. If the guards don't let you in to examine the new life node, then let me know. And they will regret not doing that. And stay there until I send relief or the situation changes. And then we'll go to the tender halls proper, where they were taking the victims to the perch guard first, correct?
Yes. It's probably going to be a couple of hours minimum to get them like interviewed and everything before they're released to the tenders to look after.
Yeah, great. So I will go there and get things organized. I will tell the relevant people. I don't know, like the hierarchy seems to be pretty fluid. It's like Havel and Eric and kind of Gabby and then everyone else.
It's pretty much there's a person in charge in any one place, and they nominate the person who takes over from them when they leave. It's kind of... It's very fluid. There is no real hierarchy. It's more experience-based.
So I will gather the more senior tenders, including Gabby, and just give them a slightly more extensive briefing of the situation, including the fact that a death node had been forming and it has now been converted into a life node. And importantly, there are 5 people that now potentially contain bits of life and or death elemental essence inside of them, and we're going to be taking care of 4 of them. And so we are to treat them with care, but we also do need to do some examinations on them to determine if they are retaining any elemental energy and what is going on with their aging, whether it can be reversed, whether it should be reversed, or the implications around that.
Yeah, cool.
And then I will write my own report.
Yeah.
Including most of that stuff, particularly the death node that was forming and then the life node.
Yeah.
It's the elemental specific stuff. I will also make mention of the listen and the touch and the fact that it's an association with the elemental plane of air.
Yeah. And the previous cult who usurped the leadership of Alderheart. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Excellent. Alrighty. Well,
and then after I've done all of that, I will fall asleep.
You fall asleep too. Splendid. That night.
This ends with all of us asleep. Kesh face down on her draft report.
Yeah, exactly. Paperwork. But before this becomes a proper procedural, that evening, Bron, a sweet smell under your nose awakens you. It is night, probably well past midnight. The city is as quiet as it ever gets, which isn't super quiet, but the roots are a more sort of, not tame place, but it gets quiet in the roots. And you find where before you were sleeping under a light blanket, now a growth of vines laden with white-petaled flowers covers you. And something is tugging at your mind, gently but insistently. It pulls you towards the life node, not the one that you are very close to, the other one. And across the bed from you, Julio is similarly covered in the same vines and flowers, and he is sleeping very fitfully.
Ooh. Ooh. Does he look in pain fitfully?
More terrified.
Oh.
No, terrified is the wrong word. Terrified is the wrong word. More agitated and struggling. The vines are a little bit wrapped around his limbs, like in the manner of a bedsheet that's just, you've been tossing and turning it, kind of strapped in it, so it's kind of restraining him a bit.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, okay, great. So yes, in that case, because Ron doesn't want to ruin this lovely dream vision thingy, and he's not sure if waking up Julio will do it, if this is meant just for him personally, or both of them. He's not sure, so in that case, he will try and untangle the blankets, but not necessarily wake up Julio. If it happens, well, okay, but that's not his intent. His intent is to just kind of remove the struggle source for Julio.
Okay. Very well. Julio, you find yourself on the shores of a lake. The waters softly lapping against the shore. The sky lacks a moon, and the stars are not any you recognize, but they lend the whole landscape an eerie glow. The air is still and actually a little bit musty. And you're in a sort of kind of a depression, I suppose. There is a lake that stretches out ahead of you to one side. The shore runs up in an arc around in both directions, and then there is a sort of a soft bank leading up and away from it. So you're kind of in a crater, I guess. But not... It would be a crater to look at from above, but yeah. Do with that what you will. Do.
I just wake up there?
You don't so much wake up there, you are there.
I find myself in this place.
Well, if you look
Ah.
down at yourself, you are not there. If you look down, there is nothing beneath you. You see no physical form holding your hands up in front of you. You see no hands.
Ah.
Indeed, you feel your physical self is restrained in some way, but it doesn't change your ability to move your perspective, move your point of view. You can look down, you can pivot, you can move around, but you can't see what it is you're looking out of.
For a moment, Julio remembers many years ago traveling through the dream plane with a few of his friends and tries to imagine an object like an apple in front of him to see if anything happens.
Ooh. Make me a wisdom check. Save.
Oh,
No,
gosh.
check.
Okay. Say, wisdom check. My wisdom is a +0.
Hey.
That's a 3.
Oh, you're not rolling well today.
Yeah, I am not.
No apple appears in front of you.
Okay. And I don't have any hands, but can I move? If I will myself to
Yep.
move through the space, what happens?
You will notice, actually, a perception check.
Perception. Okay. Perception. Boop. Oh, that's much better. 20.
There you go. You are perceiving this through a single viewpoint, not two. You're not looking at it through a pair of eyes. You are seeing it from one viewpoint, as though looking through a telescope. And you can definitely move around very easily. In the distance, there is not a huge amount of sort of definition in this landscape. You're on a sandy shore, but beyond sort of 10 feet away from you, it's almost like the best way I can think of to describe it is in a video game when the texture hasn't properly popped in yet. So it's a little bit blurry beyond your very near surroundings. Though in the distance to the right, as it heads up the arch of the beach, you can see something, though it's a little blurry in the distance.
Is it moving?
It is not. It is a collection of things.
Whose first thought would be if it's one telescope that he's looking through, that perhaps this could be the death plane. Would I be able to sense if I'm on a different plane or know anything from the way my companion Kesh would talk about it, because Kesh has been to the plane of death?
Kesh has been to the plane of death, and the way Kesh described it... Well, Kesh, how would you describe your experience on the death plane? How would you have described your death plane experience to Julio?
Ooh. I probably would have said it was hard to describe. I mean, as unhelpful as that is, it was a very bizarre experience. I mean, from what I recall, I met Hath on a bridge.
Yes.
Yeah. But there was like starlight instead of water. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yep.
And it was kind of like almost like it kind of faded out after a while. Like it didn't go on forever. We were in a limited space, but it felt very real while I was in it.
I'll remind you of the one thing that you may have forgotten. You started off in Tavernish's son's bedroom, and then you kind of just were
That's right.
at the bridge.
Yeah. Like you kind of just...
You went for a walk
You're
through
there.
some trees that were there, and you were there. I would say, I would liken it to, you know how when you're dreaming and then you go to the next part of the dream and you're just there, you don't remember the bit in between?
Yeah. You
But
kind of
that's
travel
what-
without traveling.
Yeah, that's what Julio, movement without, traveling without moving. That would be what Julio knows of that experience. The method in which you perceive the world, when this occurs to you, you do get a flash of your elemental vision through it. that you have not been able to access
Mhm.
since you sacrificed the eye. And yes, you are surrounded on all sides by the energy of death.
Okay. I want to get closer to the water, and I want to peer in the water and see if I can catch my own reflection.
The water is not perfectly still. It is slowly sort of washing in and out, but you might be able to catch your reflection if you float out over it. As you do so, yeah, you looking up at yourself, you see a single light. I think it is. What color did we say your eye was? Light green?
Light green.
Yeah. A single light green orb
Uh-huh.
floating
Uh-huh.
above the surface of the
Okay.
water.
Okay. Ooh, I have a little spy on the death plane. Okay. In that case, Julio will try to will the eye to go towards whatever the collection of things on the horizon was.
Very well. You head on over there. Eventually, you come across a huge skeleton. The great load-bearing bones of a huge ocean-going cetacean, a whale. Within, skulking as though made of shadow, is a figure of deepest black. Ah, you see us now, do you? We see you, mortal thing. We heard your warning. Now hear ours. We have your thing. Come again and you will see. But stay not too long. That which is here belongs unto death.
Okay.
That's not creepy at all.
Yeah, that's great. When they say we have your thing, are they referring to the eye?
You would have to ask.
Would I be able to communicate with this person? Yeah, I'll
Try.
try to talk to them. Yes. I will say, I have no intention with meddling with the death of plane if it leaves my tree alone. What is this thing that you have of mine?
Bron, you hear Julio as you're sort of adjusting the blanket binds around him. I have no intention. And he is, it's sort of a little bit gibberish, but you can just about make out what he's saying. And it's distressed, I suppose. But Julio, it says, we have that which you lost and that which you gave away. And as it says gave away, it gestures to the eye that you're looking through. So it implies that it has two different things of yours. But one you gave,
something
the
that I
other
lost.
it has taken.
This creature, does it look like the elementals that we've seen before or
Nope.
fell? What it's a black
No.
figure. I cannot understand
This-
whatever that is.
The black figure, and you're looking at this through an elemental eye. This is not
Mhm.
death. This is not a thing of the death plane. This has both life and death in it, and it is black upon black.
Is it void?
It is a void. Bron, Julio
Okay.
is struggling and muttering. What do you do?
Bron is probably seeing, I assume, this distress increasing, going to, gently try and shake Julio awake.
Julio, you are shaken awake, finding Bron over you.
Are you all right? What you were saying some pretty interesting stuff.
Ah, First of all, Julio will just check if his hands are in place, like just touch things.
I think I communicated with someone on the plane of death.
On the plane of death. Oh, that's.
Yeah.
But you're fine.
Am I?
I,
In there, it's very difficult to say.
yeah, wow. Well, we seem to be somewhere else as well. And then Bron gestures around at like the vines.
Oh, I want to be
And-
clear. You are in the room you fell asleep in.
But-
In the node place.
You're right next to the life node in the temple in the bottom of the Holder Heart in that bed.
So it's not a dream that we're in.
No. But the bed was now the walls of the temple have exuded these vines to cover you to make you warm.
I thought it was
Sorry, I
like
missed-
another dream. So,
Yeah, no.
that's-
You are awake.
Okay. Well, I'll take that back then. Well, yeah. Bron would say, well, you seem fine. And we're right near the life node. And do you feel any kind of pull towards the other life node?
Yes.
Do I? Yes.
I
There
think
is
I do.
something in your. It's like someone has tied a piece of dental floss around the core of around your sternum, and is tugging it. So there's only so much pressure that can be pulled, but it is pulling you.
Yeah. Let's what time is it?
Late. 2 a.m.
2
Late
a.m.,
enough to be
okay.
early.
Okay, let's it's very early to go wake up Cash and Eric. Let's go peek at the other note. Let's see if it's okay.
It's just down the hall.
Well, yeah. We'll travel to the other place just to see how it's doing. Everything is fine or not.
All right. You are drawn through the roots to Leandric's former lair. Even at the entrance, you can see that things have changed. There is a pair of tenders and a quartet of Wildwood Brigadiers, all of them standing across the street from the entranceway. It's like none of them want to go near it. New shoots and greenery bud across the walls and ceiling. Grass, which is unusual underground, has started sprouting up underfoot. Tracking through it as though through a jungle. Do you go in?
It doesn't feel ominous?
No, it feels welcoming.
So the
Right,
soundtrack is calming, not spooky.
If you could hear the sirenscape, yes. I'm actually
Okay.
using a soundscape called The Plane of Life.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess Ron would try to not make eye contact with the guards, just in case they tell him to stop. And
Oh.
he's just gonna walk in.
The guards see you and say, Mr. Highcraft, Mr. Switchgear, I mean, you're probably not counted in the don't let anybody in, but I do want it on record that we were told to not let anybody in.
Yes,
Mhm.
we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right.
Yes. And for the record, we didn't go in, I guess. Bye.
Well, we're about to go in, but thank you for the service. Good job. You passed the test.
I assume at this,
I'm gonna go
I feel
in.
at this stage, Cash is kind of like, you can let my buddies in, but everyone else, no. But wouldn't explicitly have
I
said
think
that.
the Wildwood Brigadiers know about Julio Switchgear well enough to know that, yeah, he's probably allowed because of his association with Kesh. This is on Eric, this is to Brendan. Would your instructions have specifically said, do not let anyone in, including... Because unless you had... I think it would be fair to say the tenders would not stop Julio. unless Eric had said specifically, nobody, even me and my friends, without me telling you otherwise.
Julio is the one person that Eric might specifically disallow. But let me roll for it.
You better roll to allow, because
Highs is in. Nope, he was disallowed.
Ooh.
interesting.
Well, I think you said the tenders were actually inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, I apologize. There were no tenders outside. The Perch Guard, or the Brigadiers, let Julio and Bron pass. But, yes. The pair of tenders that went within will meet them and find that Julio, it was, as Eric said specifically, no. Very well. Tracking through it as though the jungle is in the process of reclaiming this place. Though oddly, the furnishings and ornaments are untouched. Reaching the center of the spiral, and the place is basically a large spiral, something is definitely going on. Where before this place was peaceful and serene, now the scene is far more energized. The spell that Eric and Sage cast appears to have tripled in strength. It is hard to see through the foliage, though you are drawn to the edge of the pool. However, at sort of the doorway to the main cathedral chamber, you find a pair of, I would say, unnerved-looking tenders. And they say, you are not allowed in here. This is, and I don't know if you can see, but this is a problem. We were just about to go and get Eric for this.
Wait, I'm not allowed on whose authority?
Eric's, Mr. Shadowmole, Tender Shadowmole. He said no one, and he said specifically no one, not even people who would normally be associated with me, not without his say-so.
Sorry, what I would have said is no one, specifically not Julio.
Yeah, fuck this bitch in particular.
Then
Eric is spicy about this business.
Spicy!
Then I will not change what the tender says because they are a little bit more politic than that.
Okay, good
They
to
say very specifically not anybody without him, and I think that's probably wise because things are going weird in there. So if you
Weird
wouldn't,
how? Let's if we're not allowed in, let's talk about it. Or I suppose if you have to go get Eric, you should probably go quickly.
Yeah, we have a feeling that something is out of control. You guys should get Eric and Cash. We need to look at this. I will stay fucking here, unless you want to fight me on it, and I will observe what's happening because I am not trusting what's happening right now.
Julio, a persuasion check.
Okay. Persuasion. Let's go. Please. Oh, yeah, 28.
Ooh.
They're my bitches now.
Not in any way, but they might well listen to you in this one instance. Mostly because of how I'm going to have... Hey, Dak, could you roll an exclamation mark roll space the number 20 in chat? Basically searching for a 20. Because that's what they'll need to beat a 28. We need a space. Roll space the number 20. There you go. A 1. Nat 1!
They are my bitches and no one can tell me otherwise.
Yes.
Intimidation is nothing compared to Julio's
Your
intimidation.
cock is immeasurable and your balls are nowhere to be seen. Yeah.
Yep.
A burst of white gold light gleams through the branches obscuring the doorway, and that is enough for them to go, yeah, all right, we'll go get you. You get Eric. I'll get Colonel Glitterweave. And they run up the tunnel. They ain't staying near this bullshit.
While they are gone,
It's like, I
while
didn't sign up for this!
You've got a solid 10 minutes.
we have a solid 10 minutes. Okay. So yeah, I would like to ask Braun to come over with me and say,
Okay, we need to try and to understand what's happening, and if we see any
process within the first few minutes, we need to try and stop it because I don't know how much time we have.
Well, you think this is like growing and growing and is a problem?
well, it seems like it. I don't know what's happening currently. I hope
Cashinero can help us, but before they come here, we need to at least try and contain it.
Yeah.
You still feel that tugging towards the pool.
Yeah, I'll get closer.
As you, it is not the easiest thing to do. It's not a check difficult, but it is like it is thick foliage. You are bush bashing to get through to this. You are drawn to the edge of the pool. The water has changed color. Before it was clear, beautiful, and then had changed a little bit, gone a little bit cloudy and algae filled. Now it is glowing golden white and roiling mishmash. So the gold white is swirling around, churning around with a green, the shade of a forest canopy. It is like green and white gold are fighting. The water is almost boiling. It looks to be like it's not hot. It's not emanating steam at all, but it looks like water that is boiling. What do you do?
Yeah, I wanna have a look at it and maybe see what's going on. Like, I don't know how he would do that because it's water. I mean, apart from just sticking his hand in it, but even he is not quite.
I mean, I'd love to stick my hand in it, but I'm gonna let you go first.
You have had 8 hours. You have had a long
Okay.
rest. You're
Nice.
back,
We're
back
full
to
up.
full. If there is any abilities you want to throw at this. Yeah. Sleeping for any amount of time, really, next to a life node, that's a long rest. And you did get a solid 6 hours, like, minimum.
Okay.
Whatever you want to do, I can give you bardic inspiration on it.
Yeah, I have
if
no
it's a
complaints,
check.
Dak. That was a perfect roll for this.
Yeah, beautiful.
Narratively, this was ideal. But I wanted it to be able to be possible because it is to a degree inter-party conflict, and so I wanted it to be seen and above board, so it was perfect. Don't worry about it. I don't think Brendan's angry though. Don't worry.
Whoa,
That's his
Dak.
face.
He's very in Eric right now.
Man shakes fist at chat.
Yeah, Bron.
Look, I'm so torn about whether or not I just stick my hand in it.
Fucking do it. I'm gonna inspire you. I'm gonna say,
Braun, you are the best of us in understanding something new that has never happened before. I know you have a brilliant mind, so right now we need someone, a neutral observer like you, to look at this.
That is exactly, yeah.
If you want,
Cool. He doesn't believe it, but that's great.
If you want, you can make an intelligence check. Straight in.
Yes.
Straight in. You have
That's
you have
great way of
a
doing this.
you have an inspiration to put on it. If you need it, it's a D6.
Okay.
God, my inspiration is still D6. God, I suck.
17's
that
not
is
bad
a
though.
17.
Put that shit on.
Yeah, drop the d6 on it. Why not? Couldn't hurt.
If you have guidance,
He's got
as well,
loads. You could
But
guidance him.
Oh, I have guidance too. I can guidance.
I'm pretty sure you can guidance. You're a bard.
Yes, I'm gonna guidance.
Making
yes,
people better
guidance.
at shit is your whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, D6 and a D4.
A d4, and if you also want a
And a
d6.
D4.
Yeah.
Yeah, put all them shits on.
Yeah, great. Okay, cool. Why not?
Sure, wow.
8.
There's an extra 8.
Okay.
So that is
25.
25.
Bron,
So does it look like...
with
sorry.
a
You go.
25, you look at the cable where you severed the what was coming from the life node to here. In fact, you look at it because Eric coiled it up, and it's now sort of hanging from a root sticking out on the wall. So it's neatly observable. And you look at the frayed edge where you cut that, and remember that you didn't remove everything from the water first. That cable was connected to a large copper bell jar, which you had wrapped the cabling around a couple of times and then chucked in. That was sort of like a capacitor.
Oh.
What? Oh, what? Oh, what? What? Oh, good old that oh?
Maybe this is just like a supercharged life node. We did make a capacitor, and then I was tired, and I cut the cable before we turned the capacitor off. So maybe it's flowed back in to the pool and made like a super node.
What's a capacitor?
It stores things for a while.
Okay.
It's like a water tower.
Okay, so we made a second life node.
Maybe we made a big one. Maybe we made a super one. I don't know.
Yeah, super one. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Look, yeah, I think this is with my intelligence check. Does it look like it would kill me if I put my hand in it?
No.
Right, I'll put my hand in it.
It's almost. Ooh.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I love that we have 10 minutes to make all the bad choices.
Yeah.
I love it.
So, Bishop Blood actually is a great term for it. That's currently what it is. Let's say that. It is currently a life
God.
nexus. But, Bron, I will give you with your 25, there is more than one kind of magic in here.
Actually, okay. Maybe a hand's a bad idea. Maybe I'll dip it.
I really want the hand. I love the hand.
Maybe I'll just
Do it! Come on.
all right, fine. Fuck it. Why not? Let's go. Let's just dip
Okay.
a hand.
Josh's
Why not? Let's stop-
Humblewood
fuck this
world
being
has
cautious.
a long tradition of people sticking their hands in things they really shouldn't, so why break it?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
time
they
to kiss
have.
the
Right.
nexus.
At
Let's
least
go.
it's not licking it.
Yeah, at least
Oh,
not,
good
not
idea,
yet.
though. Thank you.
So,
Don't
Bron,
give him ideas!
you remember roughly where you put the bell jar in. You put your hand roughly near that. You put your hand in, and it is like putting your hand into... What would be a favored memory of Bron from his childhood?
If he remembers much.
Or not even
Actually,
necessarily his
why
childhood.
not?
Yeah.
The tea ceremony.
Yes!
Oh,
Yes!
Hell yeah.
It is, as you put your hand in there, you feel the same feeling you felt when you first tasted your family tea.
Hmm.
And you can
That's
feel at the
amazing.
tips of your fingers something hard and metallic.
I should probably remove that.
You say that out loud, they're like,
Interesting.
"Ah, that's really nice. I should probably remove that, hey."
Yeah. How does he
And
have
Julio's
this
like,
look?
"Yes,
Is
you
it
probably
changing?
should." Sorry?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess.
Is
So I
his
guess I'll
hand
grab it
changing
and
in
try
any
and pull
way?
it out.
The fur on his arm is wet. Currently.
Well, fucking yeah,
Well,
it's in the
it's not
in water.
water. It's not water. It moves with the consistency of water, but it's not really water. It's life. It's magic. It's raw magic. And yet his arm is wet. Or the fur on his arm looks wet. Life goo.
Okay, Ron, I can't believe I'm saying this, but pull out. Please pull out.
Ron doesn't get it, but yeah, cool. He will grab the thing and pull it out.
All right, you grab the thing and pull it out. You yank the copper bell jar out. Once clean and shining, it steams. The remnants of the gold white sizzling on it. on its surface like water on an oily frying pan. Its surface is cracked and pitted, crazed with verdigris. This is old copper. Now, it wasn't when you put it in there 6-7 hours ago. It was a pristine copper jar. Now it is not so much. It's still got a couple of...
the fountain of youth, have we made the fountain of aging?
So, Bron, your arm, the fur on your arm, retains that fluid, sort of very damp texture for a little minute, and then as you wave it around in the air a little bit, sort of dry it off, it hardens and takes on a more barky texture.
Oh, that's not good.
And it's like the fur on your arm has become bark.
Does it feel different magically? Like, you know how Bron is kind of attuned to the flow of magic? Does it
Yeah.
feel different?
Yeah.
Bad different?
Not bad different.
Okay.
It doesn't actually feel bad at all. And it smells like your tea.
Oh, that's nice.
Can I knock
and
on
it's-
his arm? Is it wood?
It doesn't ring with the sound of wood, like knocking on a door. It's still skin underneath. It's still flesh. It's just he's got bark. Fox boys can bark.
That's weird. Have you ever seen this before?
Fountain of bark skin?
Does it look like the spell Barkskin?
A little bit. Yeah, probably
And,
quite a
and
lot,
like
actually.
the spiny shield when Cash and
Yeah.
Eric cast them?
Yeah, all of that.
Okay, yeah. It's similar to like magic bark that like Eric and Cash can summon sometimes.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
that's something.
Okay, it doesn't feel bad.
When you
So-
remove that capiche thing that you said, did it stop?
The air in here seems to vibrate, as though something huge is coming. The walls of the world are almost flexing in slightly.
Okay. We're taking a step back.
Yeah, I don't know if it stopped enough.
Yeah, we're gonna step away.
Mm.
A question. If I try to do what I usually do and look with my elemental sight, but do it through my black eye, what happens? Do I get a different read?
Make me a religion check.
Oh my fucking god. I suck at those, don't you know?
Can't help that.
Which
It's
is
a 10.
hilarious for the Pope.
I
big
feel
10.
like you would have guidanced yourself for that.
Oh yes, thank you, GM. I want to. Also, hey Chad, if you want to give me inspirations, you're more than welcome to. It's a 12.
12. You try looking at it through your eye. It is not. It doesn't. Nothing sort of pops up.
Wait a minute. I can give you an extra 5. Wait, let me just check that I can.
Ability check.
Yeah.
This is
where
ability check?
this?
Yeah.
Yeah, makes an ability check or saving throw. You can use your action to add 5 to the roll.
So 17?
17. It is as though looking through the veins of a leaf.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is shaded, as though in not darkness, but the light is that of an eclipse. And there is a film over your eye like a leaf. But looking at it, you see this outpouring of an energy like that of the elemental planes, but that you have never seen before.
Have
And
we
the eye
created...
And the eye feels like home.
Have we created energy inherent to the material plane?
Because every elemental plane has its own energy. Did we create one that is inherent to this, as in like home-esque energy?
That would be a way of interpreting the information you just received.
Did you say that out loud?
Yes, Julio's backing off a little bit to make sure that whatever big coming is not in the blast. But he's like, I think we might have created a new type of magic.
Just casually.
Yeah, on a Sunday afternoon.
I
think it's Thursday.
I'm just putting some things together here because I might. But so, bark arm, looks like a green filter. There's green in the gold. Have we maybe made tree magic?
Tree
bubble-
magic.
The bubble,
World magic. Plant magic.
the bubble in the air around you breaks, and with a final victorious splash, the pool calms. The green fading to the blue-green of still water in the deep forest. The air is fresh and clear. You feel rejuvenated simply by breathing here. Julio, you know just by being near it. This is a node of the Alderheart.
Yep. Okay.
That's cool.
If it's a node of Alderheart, can I connect to Alderheart mentally like I have done before? And see
Certainly
what
can.
it is feeling?
Very well. Make me a religion check with advantage.
Oh. Okay. I'm gonna guidance myself for this. I want
Bron,
to understand what the tree is feeling about all of this.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Let's-
It's
I'll
pretty good.
resolve Julio
Plus,
first.
22.
22. Wait. A 22. Julio, in your head, the tree sighs. Like, oh, that's better. And you hear the word, freedom.
Okay. I guess Julio just, like, all the tense energy that he had in the anticipation of whatever was happening, it just leaves him, and he just like sits down and like grabs onto one of the hands of Braun, like the wooden arm, and says, "It's okay. Everything's okay."
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Can Bron still feel his
Yep.
arm?
Yep. Feels totally normal.
Okay.
If at most it is, have you ever had glue on your fingers? It's at most it's that. Like a thin layer of super glue. Bron,
Yes.
can you make me a religion check with advantage as well, please?
Oh, I most certainly can. Where are we? Oh yeah, baby. All right. Let us roll that with advantage. It's 24.
24. Your arm speaks to you.
Excuse me?
It's in your head, but the arm speaks to you. You hear the following words, a booming voice in your mind, fit to break your sanity. It is like staring into the eyes of a god, because it almost is. And it says, gratitude, request. Then you see an image of Julio. Protect. Important soon. Danger. Gave too much.
Ooh, so let me just. It was Julio protect importance.
Important soon.
important soon. Ooh. Okay, gave too much. Oh no. Bron is also probably gonna sit down after that ripped through his mind.
I guess we're just like sitting, staring, waiting for the other two.
He's got a bit of a blood nose going on.
Yes. Was like, so, Julio, you are affiliated with the tree, yes?
Yeah, I would say so.
More so now than a
Does it
minute ago.
Does it have a very loud voice?
Yes, usually it speaks in concepts and, you know, it's not very verbose.
Yeah, that's a great description. So I think it just spoke to me from my arm.
Oh,
It's a
that's
little
amazing.
worried about you.
okay.
Yeah, it thinks you maybe gave too much.
Okay.
Is this, what? Is this to do with the eye I hammered into your head?
Maybe. Okay. Let's
We may not have done that.
A couple of
it's too late
flowers
now.
bloom on the back of Bron's arm. A couple of little white flowers bloom on the back of his forearm.
Okay. I think we need to talk about this. I think we should wait for Kesh and Eric to show up, and we need to discuss this.
I think round about now, probably.
Just for the
Eric-
record, whoever burst into Kesh's office to wake her up, she
It's an
like
arrow
came up
just
with, like,
above.
with a note like stuck to her face. Just like, what? I'm writing it.
Draws bow, aims at door. What? Hi. Eric would get there first. Eric would, because he was not as high up the tree, and he's a fucking bird. So he can get down pretty easy if he needs to.
All right.
Also, I think the mood Eric's in, he heard Julio went in there and
He's like,
went,
nope,
"Fucking
nope,
what?"
nope. I told you, you had one job.
Literally one job. Not to let
Told
you
you
in.
not to let him in there. Why?
Even worse, Eric, it was Bob who comes and knocks on your door.
Bob.
Bob, this is why your family is dead.
And I think we might have a quick breaklet there.
Beautiful.
To
Beautiful.
let Bob recover from that scathing
Just aware
burn.
we've been streaming for 2 hours, so we'll have a quick little breaklet and pick this back up after that.
Holy shit.
Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye. See ya.
Bye.
Vast and ahoy, mateys. We be back for some more Humblewood. So, yes, back into it. So, Eric, you get there. You find Julio and Bron leaning against a tree, leaning against sort of a big root, actually. But it's kind of like a fallen tree trunk, but it's a big root. Looking at a now quiescent deep forest pond. There is nothing absurd happening in here. If anything, it is calming and peaceful, and you feel, if you are open to feeling it, welcomed.
Have I had a long rest?
2 in the morning? When would you have gone to sleep?
As long as it took me to finish my report.
Well, what happened down here was done by about 4 p.m., so at least an hour or two after that. So you could have theoretically gotten 8 hours, but
Yeah.
you'd have definitely had a short.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know about a full recharge.
Yeah. What happened?
Well, we have created a node that is inherent to the older heart. That's what happened. To
Something,
the best of our knowledge.
yeah, something wasn't left perfectly right, and the tree kind of got involved with the budding life node, and yeah, now it's, I think, a tree node.
Yeah. Currently, everything seems to be in order. And there's more details to discuss, but I think we need to wait for Cash to have a full unload of the information.
When we left before the break, Bron and Julio seemed pretty excited. What are their kind of expressions at the moment?
I think they're both a bit brain blown.
Yeah, it's like high adrenaline crash.
Crash.
Like,
Yeah.
we're just sitting there, like, staring into space. There's the wooden, flowery arm of Bron.
Yeah, Bron's arm is made of wood now.
Yeah.
Just cash.
This is a problem.
On the contrary, this is progress.
No, this is a problem because the other elemental planes were already attracted to us just because of the presence of the older heart itself. Now it has a whole node fueling it. It's great for the older heart, great for us, terrible
Yeah.
for all of the implications of all of the other elemental planes which we were already facing.
We'll get to there when we get to there. Right now, I think this is pretty good sign that all the heart is coming into its own. But
Well, maybe
let's-
the older heart can defend us from the plane of fire and the plane of wind and the plane of death.
Okay, Eric, what's your fucking problem?
Ron backs away slowly.
What happened here this afternoon was a miracle. And it happened despite all of the terrible and tragic things that occurred, and not because of them.
Right.
And now, after everything else, we don't understand the implications of this. And I think that you are getting involved in means that are far beyond you, Julio. What you're doing for the people is great. And it is important and it is needed. But we don't know what the fuck is going on with this node.
Eric, you are way too fucking late with this preaching of safety. I have been involved, and you helped me be involved for a long time now. I spoke to a god and evoked my intention with the old heart. You knew what was happening the entire time. And yes, it is difficult, and yes, we don't know what's happening, and we deal with it. We deal with it every time. And you saw me being responsible and taking on things that I didn't even know if I can exist with, but I'm handling it. So I'm gonna ask you again, what's your fucking problem?
There's nothing more for me to say.
Fine. Well then, let's wait for Kesh and discuss everything in full. And if you can stow your panic for a bit, we'll figure it out together.
Bron backed off so hard he's not in the
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fucking being in
Yeah.
the character, I applaud.
I imagine John.
Cash is
Ooh,
just
so
snoozing,
juicy.
blissfully unaware of what's
Oh,
fucking
Cash,
going
Cash has
down.
Cash has been woken up by this point, and is sort of jetting down the tree as rapidly as possible. I would have guessed that Cash would arrive no more than 5 minutes after Eric. So there's a couple of minutes of awkward silence where Bron sort of sits like examining his arm.
He's like, oh, this is so interesting.
Fascinated by this and nothing else. Yeah, Bron fell in the pool.
To escape the awkwardness.
We're gonna
Honestly,
we're gonna need new art. Cool. Let us say Kesh arrives a couple of minutes later.
Kesh kind of
To a very
sprints.
tense atmosphere.
Yeah. It's a
Kesh-
weird atmosphere because on one hand it's very calming and peaceful. If anything, it feels like the tree itself is trying to make things a little bit more calming and peaceful. Like, everybody chill. Or if you're gonna fight, don't do it in my new grove. I'm really liking this.
Yeah.
Hey, Cash.
Kesh will kind of run in, skid to a halt, kind of take in everything that's kind of happening right now, and kind of be really torn between, oh, it's so nice in here, and also like, wow, I think Eric and Julio might be about to punch each other.
It's, I think it's worth noting, Cash was given some sort of panicked word vomit about bright lights coming out of here and boiling noises, and yeah, very much panic. There we go. There he is.
Hey.
Yeah. Cash has arrived. Eric and Julio are at each other's throats, but not like physically, just verbally. And Bron is standing in the middle of the pond, just trying to be ignored. No, he's just sort of backed off from the conversation a little bit. But Cash has arrived. Cash, traditionally, always the voice of reason, let's be honest.
All right. Wow. Okay. Perhaps we could start, with Julio and Bron explaining what the hell just happened. It doesn't feel bad.
No. No, it feels quite good. So I woke up with something tugging at my mind. This feeling of life. And when I looked over, Julio was not having a good time in sleep, so woke up Julio, and Julio confirmed that something was pulling us towards this node here at the bottom of the tree. And when we got here, something was wrong. Something was very wrong, and it felt like something bad was going to happen. And I noticed, I remembered that when we disconnected the cable, part of the capacitor was left in the pool. So kind of like a water tower filling up with water. This capacitor, I guess, was filled up with magic. And then it's emptied into the pool after we left, I guess, is my best understanding of it. So I reached in and pulled it out, obviously. The quickest and easiest thing to do, and my arm is now looks like bark. But then something changed. Something shifted. And Julio sat down. It looked like it took a big toll on Julio. And then I felt a tree, I think, speaking in my mind. It was very big. It was kind of hard to understand. But that if it was the tree, it said that we need to protect Julio because something's wrong. Julio might have given too much of himself. And the tree said important soon. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Julio, do you feel all right?
I mean, kinda. It's been a very weird 24 hours, but there's stuff to add. What Bron said is correct. But yes, what happened is, I guess we have created the node of Alderheart, and the tree is relieved and feels free now from its life element parentage. This brings questions on what to do with the existing life node and if they can coexist, but we'll get to that later. There's another thing that happened this night. Another thing that you guys need to know of is that during the night, I can't even say if it was a dream. It was more like my consciousness was transported into the death plane where I left my elemental eye.
Oh.
And I can move it there. So I guess I have kind of like a CCTV in death plane, which is kind of good, maybe, possibly. The other thing is, though, when I was observing it, there's a skeleton of a huge whale there, maybe one of the sky whales, I'm not sure. And in that whale skeleton, there was a creature, a being of void, and it spoke to me.
Oh.
Things were fuzzy. I don't remember the details quite right now. I'll probably need to think on it and maybe watch a VOD or something. I don't know. But what it did
Talking
say...
in tongues. He was talking about CCTVs and VODs.
Yeah, nosebleed. Yeah. Kuli's fucked up right now. Come on. But yeah. So it said that it has two things. It has the thing that I gave away and the thing that I lost.
And you're not sure what you lost?
I mean, I have a thought, I have an idea that what that could be, but we're also being raided right now.
We are. Raiders, thank you very much for joining us. Mike,
Oh my
you bloody
goodness.
champion.
Wow.
Guys, thank you so much for
Hello.
joining. Lovely to see you. Mike Moans
Hi.
is a splendid bean, and you guys are fucking welcome here. Let us have
Yeah.
a quick shout out in chat. At Mike Moans. For those of you who do not know, the splendid bean that is Mike Moans and his Moanly fans, do go and check them out over there. Mike is a fantastic mini painter from Manchester, and just an absolute legend and champion and lovely person. Guys, thank you for joining us. Welcome. We are playing some Humblewood, and we've just created a 7th kind of magic in this world. What we are playing in. So that's pretty freaking cool. The real creepy kangaroo, thank you very much for the follow, you bloody champion. Avast, matey, you wee scallywag. So we are a D&D channel. We play 5e, and we are currently playing in my Humblewood setting, which is large and complicated, about 145 episodes big at this point. And we will continue, but thank you very much for joining us, you splendid beings. We are one follower away from 850 as well, just saying. Guys, continue the conversation.
Somebody follow.
We are very well.
Yeah.
Was Julio kind of done?
I think
When
so.
he-
Yeah, Hulu's like staring in space, like trying
Messaged
to
really hard?
Yeah, trying to recall as much as he can about the dream.
Fernandez, thank you very much for the follow, you bloody champion. 850! That feels good.
Holla.
Feels very
Um,
good. Thank you.
Feels satisfying. Feels satisfied. Oh, hey, Jack.
Oh, look at that big old
I'm
square
following
peg.
refollowed.
No special rewards for 850. It's 900 is the next goal. But we are halfway there. All right.
Mike, I know I shouldn't get myself on a tangent, but just you keep talking about wrestlers, and I just feel the urge to let you know that I did pro wrestling training for like 2 years.
Awesome.
So have fun picturing that. For those of you who don't know me in the real world, I am like 5'2", and not very strong or coordinated.
So did Mike.
But I had a lot of fun, and that was the main thing.
3 British years pro.
I've never
Oh, wow.
had more bruises in
Ooh,
my
wow.
life.
Nice.
Oh, wow!
That's cool.
Mike! Was Mike Moans your wrestling name, or did you have a different wrestling name?
He'll make you
That's a great wrestling name.
I guess that was the intro.
Yep. So, Karen, I think if we're gonna, we've gone tangenting. Let's go a little bit further. Can you hit us with your limerick, your filthy, smutty boob limerick? At this point, I think would be an appropriate time to celebrate the Raiders from the OnlyFans.
For those of you here at the beginning, we were joking about boob limericks. And this is mine. Enjoy. Because I was joking about a writer and how I could write smutty stuff to go with Daria's smutty pictures. When sighting a nice pair of boobs, do not stare, for that would be rude. Just put on sunglasses and glance as one passes. Boobs are spied without seeming too lewd.
Very nice.
Wonderful.
And Jack, thank you. I now have my wrestling name, Drop Bear Care.
I like that. That's good. We need to try Rumble Slam, which is, I believe, a wrestling TTRPG.
Oh my god, yes we do.
I'd love it. I'd love it. I had a period where I watched so much WWE. It's crazy.
Really?
I
have yet to get into that period of my life.
I probably haven't watched as much as I should have, given that I was doing training for a couple of years. But you kind of don't realize how fucking crazy it is until you start watching it, and then you're like, this stuff is absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah. Okay.
It's a good time. Anyway, yes.
Focus.
So Kesh will take a moment, absorb everything Julio has just said, try and balance that with her pre-existing knowledge of life, the universe, and everything, and then turn to Eric and be like, Eric, you seem to think this is a problem. Could you explain why?
Why, yes, I can. We were already aware that the mere presence of the Older Heart itself was attracting unwanted attention from the other elemental planes. And we are aware, albeit from a unreliable source, that at least one plane is gearing up to perform war against us. And as good as this node is for the Older Heart and for the people that live in and around it, I have concerns that at the very least we have just lit a beacon to attract every extraplanar force that there is to say, hey, come say hi, maybe take some of our new energy. At the worst, we have created a destabilizing elemental force. Either case, we don't know enough about this thing. So I'm going to go and do as much studying as I can, and you'll pardon me if I don't join in the celebrations.
Okay. I don't think it's quite as bad as that, but I do understand your concerns.
Do you know that it's not as bad as that?
No, but I am using.
And neither do I, so I'm going to go find out. Good night, everyone. And Eric is going to leave.
Very well.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, I wish I could say that during the time when we all were here, but Eric apparently thinks that he's the only rational person here, so I'm gonna tell what I think to you, Cash. It is absolutely true that this destabilizes the situation. And I agree with Eric that this might be a sign for other places to attack us, but I do have an idea on how we move forward. We cannot undo this And even if we could, I would not allow for that. What we need to do is to make sure that we establish Alderheart as a being of its own power and independence and fast. Whatever the attacks from other planes could be or will be, they're coming that they think because they think this is real estate, free real estate. We need to show that it is not. And I think the best way to do it is to finish Alderheart's transformation into a god in a timely manner. Because then we have our own power to rival any elemental that comes our way.
Is that what's happening? Was I
Yes.
made aware of this at any
You're
point?
not. Yeah, okay, so
I
to
don't
catch
think
you
that
up
was
real quick, Ron. I've been
God.
sort of kind of
There may have been a
working-
few details that kind of
Yeah.
got glossed over in the rush.
Yeah, I kind of forgot that, Bron, you weren't here. So we talked to a bunch of gods recently, and
What?
one of them
Okay.
One of them was Kren, quite a big stinker, didn't like him at all. And
Yeah, he kind of
I
sucked.
have told Kren of my intention to make Alderheart rival Amaranthine in power, to have someone who looks after us without being in these politics and strategies of Amaranthine. And basically, I've been doing that for a while. Got support of another Amaranthine while I was in Espinora. So you remember this part. So the essence,
Yes.
yeah, the godly essence that I got, that was the purpose. The purpose is to separate all the heart from the elemental plane of life and made it a god in and of itself.
Not just to sort out even and his issues.
It's all a complicated situation, but this has been a thing that I've been doing for a while, and I don't know how to explain to Eric at this point that there's no way but forward. It's gonna be difficult, but nothing has been easy so far, and I feel like
Why?
this node is another symbol of us being on the right path. This is progress.
I mean, yes. Just backing up a bit. You told Kren.
Yes.
You told Kren of your plans.
Yes.
Kren,
Yes.
who is like master manipulator
Yeah.
and like killer of plans.
Yes.
And you told him
Well,
your plan.
The cool thing, Bron, is this. I never had a plan to begin with. I had intentions and I had desires, no plans. So he can't ruin that. I'm pretty much flying by the seat of my pants every day.
I think that's what Eric's
Hey,
concerned
I'm more
about.
on
Is
board
that
with
move
this.
so can't run a plan if you don't have one?
Exactly. Can't outsmart the one who doesn't think.
Okay, this is definitely more Bronze Alley, yes.
Yep. How can he stop us if he doesn't know what we're doing? Because we also don't know what we're doing, you know? It
Yes.
equals out.
Yes.
2 memes in
I
5
am-
What
minutes.
problem could Eric possibly have with this?
Yeah, I know,
You're
right?
not there. You're not there. Shut
you
up.
know what? I'm actually, all of a sudden, I find myself more and more on Team Eric. Every word you say.
I know.
Okay. Oh, okay. So, we're building a god. Cool.
Yes.
We're building a god with, like, having notified the god of, like, trickery.
To be
And
fair, he's not the only god that knows.
Yeah.
good. Okay.
And also Kren is not
and
really a god.
others.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Kren is not really a god. He's more like Amaranthine. So
Is-
if you think about it, we're actually
Fair.
making something much cooler than Kren.
Yeah, he won't be upset about that at all.
Yeah.
Kesh just has her head in her hands and it's just
It's,
like,
Julio, I don't know if you want to bring this up, but when you told Kren was like, not a bad idea.
Yep.
Kren appeared to, and bear in mind, God of Trickery, did seem to approve of the
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna say that, but I know.
Okay. Ooh.
Maybe a Terran,
Well,
Jack.
Good news. Good news is we made some progress towards our accidental goal. Oh,
Yeah.
this would be fun.
So, if anyone cares what I think,
Yes, please
Please.
say.
sorry, that came out bitchier than I was planning for it to.
Oh, it's not the most bitchy thing that happened today. Please go on.
Aw. You've had some sassy one-liners your own self, bitch.
I know. Listen, we're playing out our Civil War arc, okay? Let me enjoy it.
Civil War was last season.
I think it's continuing this
Yeah,
season
no.
as well.
Uncivil
I
War.
understand Eric's concerns.
Yeah, me too.
However, I think that from what I understand, you didn't mean to do this.
No,
It just
No.
kind of happened.
it was
I
pulling
guess-
at my brain.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
So this was just a lot of energy that we left here overnight, and all the heart showed its will. All the heart used it to become independent.
We would have to have resisted that, and
Yeah.
I don't know if we could, even if we wanted to.
I suppose where I'm going with that is it would appear that Older Heart has started making certain decisions for itself at this stage. It's evolved to the point where it has its own kind of impetus in terms of doing things.
And quite a loud voice.
Yeah, I think all the heart has had a voice and opinions for a while now, but as far as I understand, it was chained to the plane of life,
Bron,
which it is no longer.
Oh,
Bron, your 25 from earlier, I will allow to carry through in this instance because it was basically to understand what the fuck was going on. When you came in and saw the pool all bubbly and boily, and you remembered that you'd left something in there. What was going on there, you can infer, was basically the older heart was trying to take the node off the life plane. It was a fight between the two of them. If you had left the capacitor in there, the life plane would probably have won. And this would be a life node. Though it would not have necessarily been a good, nice result. It would probably be a mistake to, in just as much, label the death plane evil as it is to label the life plane good. It is all about intentions. None of them they are all chaotic neutral. Every single one of the planes. You're wanting that none of them have your best interests at heart.
okay. Potential tree,
Sorry?
including the tree potentially, or
The
would that
tree
maybe be different?
is a totally different business.
That makes sense.
The tree's home, and we feel at home in that energy.
And it might be because the tree wants you to feel that way, but you are literally in it, and it is very magical. I suppose the point is, you've had, I think, Hath expressed approval of this plan when Kesh mentioned it to them, and yes, Kren seemed okay with it. Those are two very differing perspectives, canonically, and Nabar was also right on board with this idea too. So you have three Amaranthines, and I think Nabar may have expressed that Gaspard, someone somewhere along the line has said all of the Amaranthines, to one degree or another, are fully fucking aware of what you are doing. You would have to be blind at God level to not notice this.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah.
Actually,
All right. Well, I will pass on the the revelation that I had about the fact that the node was going to be made anyway. And by removing the thing, what we actually did was stop giving the life plane a bit of a boost.
So, either way, we end up with a note. Either way, long term, the older heart transcending was going to be a problem. Just might be a problem a little sooner than everyone was anticipating. You didn't do this on purpose. It just kind of happened. We have no way of knowing how good and or bad it's going to be for a while. So I might go back to bed.
That's fair. Do think about the thing that I mentioned, though. I feel like if we are on the road for independence from different planes, we should, finalize that route
Accelerate that.
Before the plane of air attacks.
Ash, could you make me an intelligence check?
Ooh.
Can I guidance?
No, it's more something that occurs to Cash. It's not a...
Okay, that's
Cash
fine.
isn't
That's fine.
actively doing it. A 3. No. All right. No. Cash is fucking...
Bad
knackered.
is what occurs.
Yeah.
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 I don't want to.
Yeah. Nope. That's a fail. That's okay. Oh, I did see a
That is a
D4
good
purchased
idea.
earlier ago. Lawrite, who was that for? I
That was for
apologize.
me, I think.
Oh.
Wait, so I can make it a whole 7?
No, you've already
It
got
was-
a
it was
D4.
for
You roll
me.
well.
Yeah.
Hold your horses.
Yeah,
I'm just
Yeah.
trying to remember. Cash has amnesia. No, it was Cash because tactics brain, because military tactician, but not with a 3. So yeah, it's all good. Cash goes back to bed. She might think of it in the morning, or the next time this conversation is had. Yeah. Oh. Well, Jack, then we give that one to Daria, so everybody's got a D4. Thank you very much, Jack.
You.
Very kind of you. Alrighty, cool. Shall we progress the narrative?
Yes.
What?
Please stop progressing the narrative, please.
We've had a lot of narrative.
So much narrative.
Why did DM narrative all over my spaghetti? This is fucked up.
So we are at
In
10
front
p.m.
of my pasta,
Right in front of my salad.
my salad, in front of my salad.
So we are at 10 p.m., which is where we would normally call it a night. However, we've got some lovely viewers, and we did start a little bit late. Are you guys are you able up to continue a little bit?
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like in the morning, Kesh should probably go talk to Eric.
Yeah. Well, so the following day, Iari sends word that there may well be a task coming up for the group, so don't go anywhere. But not absolutely wait for a few days at least. That she's giving you. It was it won't be for the next week, but she's still awaiting details, but is looking to see. That there is something upcoming. Eric, do you see your grandmother a lot?
Well, up until a day ago, I wasn't in the city.
That's fair. But when the two of you are around, would you drop in for dinner on the semi-reg?
No, I don't think.
Yeah.
We don't have an existing Sunday dinner plan. I think that, if she calls for him, then he will come. And particularly earlier in her tenure, he would be around, hanging around just to make sure that everything is okay.
Yep.
But other than that specific instance, there really hasn't been any time to establish a pattern because he hasn't been in the city.
That's true. Alrighty. In which case, yeah, don't stress it. Basically, it's if you were hanging around her, you might know what it was, but otherwise, yeah.
Nah.
Yeah, cool. Alrighty. Well, the day after that, so you have a full day off.
Okay.
First off, does anything happen on the day after?
Eric didn't sleep.
Didn't think so.
Kesh, on the other hand, went back to her room, kind of collapsed face down on her fold-out office bed. and
Eric
proceeded to become unconscious.
I figure Eric went back to the tender halls, spoke to the on-duty librarian, and said, "I need everything about all the things about elemental planes, and I need it tomorrow. I need it yesterday, rather, minimum."
Yep.
So
He also would have written a letter to Havel to explain the situation and to every other senior tender stationed elsewhere throughout the wood, and basically asking, have you heard of anything like this before? Is there any precedent? What is your opinion on the implications? All that kind of stuff, both in terms of attracting other planes as well as the idea of there being a new source of magic.
How well disseminated was the knowledge about the other planes gathering for war? I forget if you told many people. I feel like you told Beta.
I don't think we told many people. I think we left it very hush-hush.
Would Havel have been informed?
Yeah, Havel definitely would have been informed. We definitely did use it as a point, like to help us to make our points. I think it. Yeah, we definitely mentioned of like, hey, by the way, we spoke to a god, and also he said this. I don't remember who, but
Viscar might have been there for that conversation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say, like, I don't think we ever shouted it from the rooftops.
No, but people in important positions might know.
The important people, I think, absolutely would have been told, and Havel absolutely would have been told. It's certainly within the tender's wheelhouse.
Absolutely. Cool. In which case,
Eric has been kind of using this as an impetus to shift the tenders away from just being firefighters and more into examination of the planes themselves.
Right. Cool. Alrighty. Yeah.
But there hasn't been a lot of time, so for that to happen.
You would receive a sending, from not from Havel, he doesn't know it, but from a wizard associated with the tenders working out in Ash Barrett. Where and it's you've met the person, which is how they can send to you, and she used to be working with you. Of course, she knows you. So you get a message from her saying, "Hey, Eric, Havel just asked me to pass on a message. He is heading back to Alderheart now, leaving me in charge. Yay! Thanks for that." And he looked a bit bust. But yeah, he said he needed to talk to you in person. And I think that's about 25 words. Yeah. Other ones would probably send you bees.
Yeah.
You know, the postal service.
Send bees, please.
Send no bees! Ah! He's covered in bees!
Bees in the mail.
Cash wakes up covered in bugs as usual. Eric wakes up covered in bees!
My response would be fussed is an understatement for how I'm feeling. Tell him travel safe. Continue the good work we started there.
Cool. Excellent. Eric, would you spend the day researching? Like reading those books? Yeah, cool. In which case, what would be a research role? Investigation?
Oh, history.
Sure.
History, if you prefer, if you're better at it.
I would also actually send a letter to the Avium. Honestly, probably to
Ravanya?
No, fuck Ravanya.
Yeah.
We already know. It's fine.
Who's our what's Dan's character? Our actual friend.
Oh, he's not at the Avium.
Yeah, but I don't know that.
Bennick? Are you talking about Bennick?
Bennick.
Yeah.
You forgot the name of our friend.
I know, right?
It's been like
It's
2
okay,
weeks.
James. Yeah, I would send a letter to Bennick, even though I know that he's like messing around with the plane of death. Even more so, that's probably like pertinent. So I will send a letter to him specifically explaining the situation and asking his advice, as well as to the Avium.
Right.
For
You'd get
the-
it would be sent to the
Yeah.
dean, Winsworth. Yeah. Cool.
Asking for further advice regarding the implications and any texts that they might have, and sending that in capacity as a tender.
Yep. No worries. Awesome. Sweet. Julio, you raised your hand.
Yeah. Julio has also a pretty big day. So,
Julio's big
couple
day.
of things. Yeah, Julio's big day. A couple of things that Julio thinks is very important to do. First of all, he well, okay. So because Eric stormed off, I don't know, we haven't communicated this at all. But Julio will come and go from the node. I assume the tenders don't stop him, but if they will, he's willing to fight them. What he
I
wants
haven't
to do...
reassigned them.
Okay, good idea. Because Julio is making moves. First move, he will bring Shayax and Mihai as the first followers to the node. They deserve to know. They need to know what's happening.
Mihai would actually have shown up in the morning. Did you ever leave?
I don't think so. He would spend the late hours, like the early morning there, and then as soon as it's reasonable to go out, he would.
Yeah. Mihai would sort of stumble in a little bleary at about 5 a.m.
Oh, Mihai. I was about to get you. How did you know to come here?
Well, like I should.
Well, you were right. I'll wait for Shayax to come over, and I'll show you both at the same time.
And when Shayax comes,
Can I go?
Yeah.
And she points at the pool. I wasn't gonna go swimming. Just.
You want to sit next to it? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I trust Mihai not to do anything stupid.
She doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. She is followed by 3 items of furniture.
Yep. Very. She has a flock of her own. I'm so
She does. It's so
proud.
cute.
So cute.
And the little chair sort of scurries up and sits underneath her as she goes to sit down. She's actually started taking to just beginning to sit down, and she just goes sit down anywhere, quite slowly, and then just there's a chair there.
Yep.
And she pats it and then just sits looking at the pond. And all 3 of the and then the bed, which is now a double 4-poster bed, but sort of to get through in has to sort of bend so the canopy sort of flops down like a sunroof to get under one of the branches in the room, and it just sort of squeezes, pardon me, coming through, just there we go. The altar is there as well, and they gather around and just watch, and then Shayax arrives. He doesn't come of his own accord, but if you go get him, then he comes around. You go and get him about 6, and life starts early in the roots. So yeah, he's up.
He lives in the temple, right? He has his little.
It's just down the
room.
road. He has he has a house just down the road.
Okay, so in that case, I will also peek into the temple just to see what's happening with the life node. If while we were gone, anything changed.
Nothing really. It seems there.
It's
still
fine, yeah.
If anything, the glow has increased a little bit. Like you
Okay.
drained it briefly. Like it wasn't as bright and powerful as it was normally when you went to sleep last night. But since the cable has been removed, which I presume it has at this point.
Yes.
then
yes.
yeah, it has returned to its full illumination.
Okay. In that case, I will briefly sit down next to the life node and whisper to it that we didn't know that this would happen, and we don't have plans to get rid of this place. It has been a proven ally, and I want you to know that all we want is to coexist peacefully.
Can you make me a religion check, please?
Why did all this? Why not persuasion?
You're literally talking to a god.
I should have. I need to
You
take
call
religion as a
yourself
skill.
Pope.
I still don't have religion.
You really
as a
do.
proficiency, by the way. I need it. I need
When
it.
you
I
crossed
didn't have
over
the
into
chance.
Bard, I was like, why didn't you? Okay.
Listen. I thought Bard, persuasion. Come
Yeah.
on. Okay. Come on, religion.
Show me
Okay.
religion.
That's
Well,
20.
Filthy 20.
It's a filthy
Okay.
20.
Yeah, in your mind, you feel it's one concept.
Yeah.
It's not a word, it's not a sentence, but it is the concept of a request to care for its child.
Yes. Very good. Ideal. Yep. Julio will say, I will promise that this newfound independence of all the heart will do good, and I will continue to care for it in all the ways that I can. And you will not be forgotten.
Then you hear they are coming.
Yep. Okay. All right. Then I'm grabbing Chayax, bringing him to the node and Mihai, and basically I'm not really, I don't want to spend too much time role-playing or anything. I just want to show them the thing,
Yep.
let them have the time to get acquainted with it, meditate, do whatever they want to do, basically for them to know what's happening and that things are going to be changing.
Well, where is Bron in all of this?
Bron is going to have a little bit of a day. Would he end up there? He would definitely check in at some point. Yeah,
Mhm.
if that's what you're looking for. I mean, yeah. Bron is first going to start like shopping. He's going to see if he can buy himself some plate mail armor with the credits. He
So
wants that. But
Priorities.
The credit is about 200 gold pieces worth of credit. You can get
that's a no.
Splint.
Is Splint better? I will check later to see
If you're
Splint is
wearing
better.
currently chain, then Splint is better.
Right, I think I am, so that's cool. But he's also going to pick up some studded leather armor, so that he can do his infusion, because I realize I have to do that onto armor or robes, the infusion that we talked about. So yes, what he's going to do is, after his long rest, infuse some robes for some armor for Eric, and also notch his staff to make room for possibly another elemental gem.
So, Bron,
And then he's
where would you do this?
back in what was the bedroom where he was asleep. He can't get back to his actual bedroom because he doesn't know where it is.
That's the temple. That's the temple of the life node. Yeah. I mean, you could.
He could try after, like, with his shopping bags of armor, go back to the temple and be like, "Well, where is the super secret hidden place that we sleep?"
If I'm there, I'll bring.
You could have asked
Oh,
before
actually-
you left, and so just like
Probably a good idea.
And so yeah, Julio tells you how to get into the super secret
Actually,
hideout.
this coincidentally works very well because I would like to take Bron up there because there's one more thing I wanted to do up top, and it's on the way.
The
Well,
other
so,
point
like,
I was going to make was, Bron, if you used the credit to buy the materials to make the armor, rather than building it, rather than just straight up buying it yourself, you're a fucking artificer. You can make armor. Takes you a hot minute, but you've got a week of downtime. I would say the armor would cost half if you did the legwork on the making.
Yeah, I'd do that then if I can afford it. Yeah.
I want to be clear. Plate is 1,500, so this would make
half
it
is
750. But you could get the material for studded leather and splint for like $120.
He
And then make
is
it
going
yourself.
to. Yeah.
In
I
Gabby's
could make it.
workshop, which is next door to the chapel in the trunk of the older hut.
Yeah, cool. Okay, that is a good plan. I shall. Yes, I
I
didn't
didn't
realize materials were so cheap.
Gabby's workshop was.
She has one in
the-
there. She had to make one because you guys kept asking her to make
Yeah,
cool
yeah,
shit
yeah.
while you guys weren't in the city.
Yeah,
So she
okay.
has a sort of backup one in there
Yeah.
where
Which
she
is
made
good for
your teleporty nerdy thing. I think, yeah.
Bron, do you need money for buying the materials? Because I could use your money.
He's good.
Apparently I have some credits from Iari.
Yeah, Iari sent a letter of credit. Everybody has effectively 200 gold pieces, but it has to be spent in Alderheart.
Nice.
So that's perfect. And so Bron goes shopping, comes back, realizes he's lost, and then heads down to the node to be like, Julio, where do I go?
Yeah.
I forgot.
I've lost my keys.
No problem.
And
Good
then
timing.
he's like armed
I'll
full
take
of
it there.
stuff.
Oh, that's a lot of stuff.
I gotta make some stuff. That'll be cool.
I believe you. As we go up, Julio will say, speaking of making good stuff, I do have another project for you to tinker with at some point, maybe?
Yeah, you know how to talk to me. Okay, great. Yes.
Yeah. Not right now. You're clearly busy right now, but
How dare you? I can do more than one project at once.
In fact, he struggles
Okay.
to only do one project at once.
in that case, as we go to the workshop, Gabby's second workshop, Julio will say, okay, in that case, I will give it to you now to tinker with, but take good care of it. And I will put the boomstick on the table. I realize that for whatever's coming, I will need a lot more power to protect us.
Oh, I've heard of these. Oh, yeah. This
Yeah.
is okay.
Did you just shiver from excitement?
Maybe.
Okay.
You can put
What of it?
rocks in it. Uh,
Yes. So
But then I will lose my rock.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
another thing. As
Hmm.
make it as powerful as you can. Go ham. It's all yours.
okay.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
This is like
That's fun.
handing a child a box of explosives and
Yeah.
saying, go, have some fun. Just be back by 5.
Yeah.
I think Bron's creating Simon just created another note.
In his
Yeah.
pants.
That does make me ask a question, Avis. Is it still full of drugs? No. Where are the drugs?
Oh, yeah.
The ones that Julio had on him are still on him.
Julio has the listen.
You gave them to Eric.
To
the
investigate, and
touch.
then he got it back.
My impression was Julio had the listen, Eric had the touch.
Yeah,
That's
the
my
one that we
impression.
found in the table. Yes.
Yes.
I don't remember which
And
one.
Eric
that was. I
has
think it was touch.
another bag of listen.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So Eric and Julio have the listen. And Julio...
If Ron does say that drugs inside this would be good, I would give it to him. But
yeah,
that was just a piece of evidence.
you left... You would be prepared to leave the narcotic that drove the last inventor insane in the presence of a probably more gifted inventor.
I mean, it would be funny.
Honestly, that seems like Julio's MO right now.
Just to see what would happen.
Yeah.
No. It's a piece of evidence right now.
Honestly, Cash should have all of it.
So,
She's
I'm not
the
gonna
officer of the
leave it.
law. But
Yeah,
Julio, okay,
true.
Julio's got one of them.
If Cash asks for it, fully
Yeah,
whiskey.
but here's
Yeah.
the trick. Karen doesn't ask
Yes,
for it.
I have it. Yeah,
Yeah, you have it.
that's the thing. Yeah,
Cool.
that's why we'll have fucking hard drive.
Kesh had a lot on her mind yesterday. I think what you guys were doing with drugs that she to an extent trusts you not to fuck around with, possibly mistakenly,
Fool!
wasn't high on her priority list. It will be if she comes back and you're all baked and lying around the Alderheart node.
That's
Saying
not what it
slime
does.
king,
Slime kick, slime kick. Yeah, and this dark green mixed
Actually,
with
in
black.
Eric's case, would be Tar Lords. Tar
yeah,
Lords.
yeah. So and so. Elias Wormwood, the male moon Eluran. Ooh, noted. Making a note of that one now, Bishop Blood. 66 doubloons, baby! Oh, wow. Okay, so we had Elias. Brendan, you were making an investigation check, I believe.
Oh, just to check, DM, we'll
yeah.
have multiple days here, or only one day of daytime?
I'm just progressing one because there is a thing that happens, like in world. Elias Wormwood. Good, because I was almost out of NPCs to put in. Literally, if we'd gotten through the stuff I'd written faster, I have got I'm up to date. So, because I needed a bunch of NPC names. So cool, this is good. We have a Moon Eluran.
Okay, I'm rolling investigation with disadvantage because I haven't slept.
Yep. I would give you flat.
That's it. Okay. Well, I rolled a 1 and a 16, so should I just roll again?
Yeah, roll it again. Those two are very different. Because you have all the resources you have requested, which is a fuck ton, so I give you advantage. A 19 is better than either of the other two. You know what? I'm going to, seeing as you rolled 3 dice, I'm going to give you the 16, which is the middle one of the 3, and make it an 18, which is still perfectly serviceable. Okay, so... what information are you looking for? Because you find a lot.
Yeah. I mean, most of the information that I'm looking for, I'm not expecting to find in books.
Oh.
I want to know basically what people either attuned to the planes, attuned to specific planes, those observing, like particularly those in the avium, observations that they've made about the planes, anything that they can give advice on regarding their MO, more than I'm already aware of.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I guess the main thing that probably could be found in books is what is understood of the balance between the planes, if such a thing exists. I know that's more of a regular Faerun concept than it maybe is here.
I think you, over the course of the next week, are going to become probably the world's leading expert on this subject. Which isn't saying a huge amount. It's like Darwin thinking, I'll become the expert in barnacles, and the previous world expert goes, well, there's 8 minutes, I'm never going to get back. But it's, you do a heavy-duty deep dive on this subject. You uncover, not so much because it's written in any one place, but from the collected works and your accumulated knowledge on it, a rough timeline / creation story of this planet, of this plane, of this existence that you have, that no one's ever really fathomed before. That it was the Amaranthines, Python and Ardea, that tricked the gods of the elemental planes into creating the plane of life, the material plane in the first place, as a place to hide away some of the mortal beings from the capricious and often violent elemental planes. But there was a second level to their deception, for it allowed a new playing piece on the field. Mortals. Mortals have the capacity to become more than they are. A pair of amaranthines are very much lesser deities. They are far weaker than any of the elemental planes. Even together, they were no match for even a single elemental plane in strength. But 12 amaranthines? 14? That there is something, a pantheon, is something not necessarily to rival, but reckon with the elemental planes. And so the creation of the material plane was sort of a forge from which to find exceptional mortals and raise them to not godhood, but amaranthine hood. The elemental planes were, from this massive effort of creation, lulled to a degree into slumber. And what you have seen all this while is them asleep. The actions of the plane of fire thus far are still that of a quiescent fire plane. In terms of their nature, air is tempestuous by nature. Water is changing. At once it can be, one moment it is calm and placid, the next roiling and violent. Earth is stolid. It takes a long time to do anything, but when it does, it is unstoppable. Life is chaotic. Hard to predict. But when it sets itself, it does have a loyalty to it. Death is similar to Earth, actually. It has a stoicism, it has... Death is above all patient. Is that all of them? Air is probably the most warlike. Air and fire.
Mm-hmm.
It has never been known for death to be particularly warlike. Death doesn't start shit. Death is a manipulator.
Mm-hmm.
It's why Kren makes sense there. The Amaranthines are... Saying that they are aligned with a particular plane is inaccurate. It's really just where they live. Where they feel most at home, but they're not powered by it. I suppose that is the lore dump you get from your studies over the next few days.
Based on that creation story, would Eric be inclined to consider this plane the mortal plane or the plane of nature?
Probably the mortal plane. However, from his studies, what Julio is probably doing is going to fundamentally change that. This stands to become the plane of Alderheart.
Is that likely to wake the other planes up from their slumber? Unknown.
I don't think you could guess.
Mm-hmm.
However, your studies indicate that whilst they can batter and battle against each other, none could overcome the others. it was actually that reasoning, that logic, that was what Titon used to convince the plane of water and the plane of air to join the Confederation in the creation of a seventh. It was a place to act out their battle in miniature, where something meaningful could actually happen. Whilst none of the planes, all of the planes want to take the material plane, and none of the planes will stand for any of the others to succeed in doing so. If the fire plane ever got a proper foothold here, the water plane would step in. The water plane did. No, the airplane did.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
unbeknownst to us, the water plane has.
Yeah, I think it was the airplane actually, but yeah, either the plane of air or the plane of water. I can't think it was air. Either way, it doesn't really matter because it was ice, but there is no plane of ice, except there is, but and it's I think air and water. No, might be not, but yeah, it's one way or t'other. It is, so yeah. The idea is sort of like a cosmic game of chess. They all play out their battle here in miniature, and so asleep is not what they are, but quiescent. They are slumbering to a degree. You're basically, what you would be doing is removing the playing board, because the playing board can now think for itself. And it's not like it's covered in things that can think for itself. It is itself awake. And I suppose I can't tell Eric how he thinks about it, how he feels about it, but having the battleground on your side is better than not having the battleground on your side. I suppose is the only point that would I think might occur to him that it might be useful to him.
Well, Eric's train of thought, which you either can or not confirm, is that if the plane becomes the plane of Alderheart, then potentially that's removing the battlefield altogether. And so there's questions about what the other planes are going to use as their playground.
You have seen
if that's
how
the
the other planes interact. You've been to a demiplane. You know what a plane, the bit between the plane of fire and the plane of life looks like. It would not be unreasonable to assume that if the plane of Alderheart is effectively a seventh elemental plane, then there would be demiplanes, and those are normally where the battles happen.
Mm-hmm.
To stay out of the demiplanes.
And those would presumably be forged from existing regions within the world.
Not necessarily. It's sort of more like they pop into being. They would become. Though, I think.
I probably wouldn't know that.
No way of knowing. No way of knowing.
This has never happened before.
There are no records of before.
Yeah. Okay.
This is putting 8 and 12 together and somehow bizarrely managing to get 20 from so many different sources. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope, does that answer enough of Eric's questions?
No.
Well, that's all he's getting, I'm afraid.
That is... Yeah. Eric wanted the download on all of the elemental planes, and I think that he's gotten it.
The very last thing we will do today, Kesh. The day after, a Luma woman, well, actually, what's his face? Spencer, your sort of adjutant, says, Major, I know there's, that you're probably still a bit tired and everything, but,
Kesh has, been frantically scrawling reports.
This might be a nice break, actually. I can get you some tea. There's a lady here to see you. She'd like to have a chat. She actually expressed interest a few days ago, but I said yesterday, but I said you were a little bit busy. So I don't know if you have time now, or I can. It's Pavoni Thousand Eye.
Should I? Sorry, it's
You
late.
can roll me
Should
a
I know who
history.
that is?
So here's a question, and your answer can be yes or no. It doesn't matter which. Is Kesh a fan of the theatre?
I imagine it's not that she isn't. It's just that growing up, like I think she would have, like most kids, enjoyed it when like traveling performers, came to town, and she got to kind of have that experience. But I can't imagine there was a ton of live performance in the Bandit Coalition.
Roll me a history. You do not have advantage.
Crit,
thought.
baby!
Oh, hell yeah.
Pavoni Thousand Eye is probably the greatest maestro of her generation.
Oh.
Think the Amadeus Mozart of her time.
Why the fuck is she coming to see me?
Something about research.
I think you know why she's coming to you. I think you fucking know why. Yeah.
I could tell her to go away. I could tell her to come back another time.
No. It's
Will
fine.
I break out the nice
tell
tea?
you what. Did she just drink that? What tea did I? Just wait till she's here, and then we can ask her what
She
she'd
is
like.
here.
Okay?
She's outside.
Okay. And Kesh tries to organize all the report notes. And she finds a bit of paper, looks at it, and goes, "Oh, could you have this delivered?" And it's a note to Eric that reads, "I know you're mad, but we need to talk about this." Which, despite several attempts, is the best thing she's come up with.
Yeah.
And then she'll kind of just straighten all the reports into piles. Siri, could you not stick your foot in? And then says, yes, escort her in and just wait for a moment. I'll ask her if she wants tea.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah. And bowing obsequiously, Spencer goes to the door and says, "The Colonel is very busy, but is able to spare you a few moments, Mistress Thousand Eyes." And fluttering his wingtips, in what he obviously fondly imagines is a courtly bow, and a lady peafowl, a gallus she is. No, actually a luma. I apologize, a luma. Sort of sachets into the room, her electric blue plumage and magnificent tail squeezed into an elegant and deeply impractical silk dress, which leaves very little to the imagination. "Colonel Glitterweave, perhaps you have heard of me, Pavoni of the Thousand Eyes. I sought you out for I wish to tell your story. I seek to make a grand display of Odoart's greatest hero."
What do you mean exactly?
"Oh, well, of course I am wanting to tell your story."
Oh, my story?
Oui.
In a show?
Oh, yes. This will be my greatest work ever, my magnum opus. As an artist of repute, I must do my due diligence. The story will be truth. It will be bold and daring like you, but above it, it must be true. I hope you would agree to the importance of fact, no? So, Colonel, tell me your tale, that I may compose it back to you. You will, of course, be the guest of honor at the opening night of Major Mayhem, no?
So what? Could you run that by me again?
Tell me everything. I wish to know your life story, that I may put it to the stage.
Oh my goodness, could you stop being a pain in the ass?
Even Siri
Thank
doesn't
you.
like this woman.
I love this woman. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
This is a bought
You-
NPC as well. Pavoni Thousand
great.
Eye.
Hello.
You want to do a show about me?
Major, Colonel, I do not want to do a show. I must. I have already prepared much of it, but I need your input.
My input,
Oui.
as in my version of events.
I need the details. I know only what is commonly available. I need to know more. I need to know deeper. I must see how you felt, how you thought in these battles.
I appreciate the gesture. I do. I'm just not sure it would be nearly as interesting as you think it would be.
Allow me to make it interesting. I need to know why you did the things you felt, what you were feeling when you did them, who you sought to save, what loves you found along the way. Give me something, Gesh, that I may create your tapestry.
And I kind of look past her at my hapless
Spencer's
outsider. Spencer thinks this is the best fucking thing ever.
He's like punching
like-
the air. He's like, fuck yes! This will be the best show ever!
Did you want some tea?
She says, of course, that would be very pleasant. So, Major. Start at the beginning. Tell me of your mother and your father. Presuming, of
well-
course, you had one of each.
Yes, I did have one of each. I was born
Of course.
in a little village whose name Karen can't remember.
Basically,
No, we did.
my question is, because I'm not going to make you roleplay this entire bullshit, because this will be hours. How much detail does Cash go into? Does Cash spin a load of whimsy or give a relatively factual account of what happened, skipping over some details? Is there any particular details she skips over, or is she just balls to the walls, everything?
I think she tells her a lot more than she was planning to, because the woman just keeps asking questions.
Yep.
And there's more than one point. She's like, why the fuck did I tell her that? How do I get her out of my office? What am I doing?
A large packet of chocolate biscuits has been provided at some point, along with several cups of tea, and the offer of something
Cash
stronger at
feels
one point.
somewhat ambushed, but at the same time doesn't feel like she's permitted to escape.
She is not. Cool. Yeah. Over the next few days, you start seeing posters and signs for Major Mayhem. A new work by...
I want to add the second that Kesh manages to give her enough that she leaves and like escorts her out. Thank you so much. You know, that was lovely. I appreciate the interest. Leaves. And like the second the doors close, Kesh is like, oh my God, what have I done?
So...
I'm immediately filled with regret.
Yeah. Walking around the city, you see large and elaborate posters for... Siri, come here. For Major Mayhem, a new work by Pavoni Thousand Eyes, starring Griselda Maybuck as Kesh Glitterweave and Rain Throne Reel as Eric Shadowmalt. Eric, are you a fan of the opera or of the arts generally, would you say?
I think so.
Yeah.
I feel like that matches with the family vibe.
You've definitely heard of Rain Throne Reel. He is a gallus man. He looks like a kingfisher. It's a bit of a weird casting choice.
Brilliant casting. Okay.
He is probably the most famous tenor in all of Alderheart. Incredible singing voice. It's like when they cast an extremely obese man to play Don Giovanni. It doesn't matter. He's like, no, he's fat because he has an amazing voice. And this gorgeous slender woman thinks he's the most looking guy ever because opera. So yeah, it's no one really cares that he isn't going to be. He won't. He won't be doing Black Feather or anything. Yeah, and Griselda Maybuck, on the other hand, is an up and coming ingenue, a Mapatch. So yeah, there is that. And I think we'll leave it there.
Sorry, before we do, I want to have this conversation with Kesh and Eric.
Oh, very well. Yep.
I think
So,
that's important to have.
Eric, it's actually Eric's arrival that cut short Kesh's interview with the playwright when he gets there about an hour later. Spencer comes in going, sorry, Colonel Glitterweave, your official duties, I'm afraid, do press in upon you.
Oh, thank God. Oh no!
The head of the tenders has arrived to discuss matters of state with you, sir. He's gotten
Wonderful.
you are feeling super out of your depth, and Pavoni goes, of course, I shall return another day. Thank you very much, sir, and gets up and leaves. And Eric, a lady that you have seen a couple of times, goes past you and you're like, holy shit. Like, whatever else you're feeling, you're like, that was Pavoni Thousand Eyes.
What has Kesh gotten into now?
Do you say that as you enter?
No. Yes, I will walk in, knocking on Kesh's door, and I'll say, Colonel Glitterweave, you sent for me.
And Kesh is in full, oh God, what have I done?
Points at chair.
Technically, I didn't send for you. I just said we needed to talk. But thank you for coming. I may have just done something very stupid.
Yes, that
And she
sounds
looks
like
really
the theatre.
distracted.
Well, I can
but-
come back another time.
No, it's fine.
And
How-
Eric, is worth pointing out, has several feathers out of place. He, if you could see the bags under his eyes through the feathers, you would be able to.
I think you can.
Yeah. He's
He doesn't
maybe slightly smoldering.
He doesn't have... His feathers have lost their sheen. Quite dull.
Do you need to get some rest? And we'll do this another time. You look really tired.
And so do you. There's no time for rest because we're too important for that.
Oh, don't say that. She might have heard you. Anyway, just wanted to discuss what's kind of happening. Because we do need to talk about it. Even if we disagree on what we do next. What do you think we should do next, out of curiosity?
I don't know, and that concerns me.
Yes, I don't know either. But it doesn't mean we're in trouble. Just means we need a new strategy, which we should definitely be working on together, even if we're mad at each other about everything.
Are you mad at me?
No. I understand why you are mad about everything. Assuming you're still mad about everything.
The Cash Glitterweave that I have known for some time now has always been a champion for what is just. Not
Mhm.
law, not bird given justice, but for what is just. And yesterday I lost sight of that Cash Glitterweave.
You think I should have clapped him in irons and dragged him away to a life of hard labor and destruction?
I think that you didn't give the situation the gravity that it required. People died. I'm glad that they're alive again, but that's another issue.
I suppose the thing is, given how badly at that point I was prepared for it to turn out, how it turned out was a lot better than my extremely negative prediction in my own mind. Also, I was in a lot of pain. I'm also somehow still uncomfortable with my judgment being some arbitrary measurement of what should and shouldn't be done.
Your judgment up until this point, Cash, has been one of the major reasons why I've stuck around. I think you should trust yourself as I have.
The trouble is, Eric, I was a criminal, and now I'm expected to judge other people for being criminals. And it's not that I didn't have to do anything to redeem myself. I'm just not sure that what I've done's been enough.
And you
So
probably
how do
won't
I-
know that until you die.
Great.
Do you feel like stopping now? Or shall we keep on fighting?
I don't think we were really fighting.
No, not us. The world. The worlds. This is much bigger than it ever was before.
You remember when Kren was like, if you do nothing, everything will turn out exactly the way I want it to?
Yes.
And I was panicking because I either did something and ruined everything or
Did nothing
didn't do
and ruined
something.
everything.
Yeah, and for a while there, it was like everything was terrible and there's no way we could ever prevail against that stupid situation. And we did. So I'm not going to say that it's going to be easy to work out how we stop a bunch of angry immortals trying to claim the older heart for themselves. But it's not like we don't have experience with this sort of thing. Being completely...
Out of our depth?
Yeah. Not that we let that on, ever. But...
You know, when most bird folk are children, I mean, our feathers need to grow in. We don't have any practice in flying. And so our first attempts at flying are often, at least in my case, are when we're pushed.
Huh.
And in my case, I never quite got the hang of it, but I think that this is the point, Kesh Glitterweave, where either you learn how to fly or you break your neck trying. And I,
If
for
I
one,
break
will
my
be
neck,
there to catch you.
does that mean that if they do put on a theatre show of my life, you'll come with me and sit there while I am subjected to possibly highly inaccurate and very artistically hurtful interpretations of my life?
Only if you give me comps.
Major, the lady did leave this. And
Oh God, what is
he
it?
gives you a gold embossed letter that contains an invitation to the gala opening of Major Mayhem in 1 week.
A week?
And it's you and a +1.
I refuse to talk to her.
They move fast.
She arrived with it. She left it.
Oh my God. You know what? I'll take the gods over the judgment of artists. Thank you.
I think that they're both going to come whether you like it or not.
Well, hopefully Julio can convince whatever the hell we've made in the roots of the tree that we're friends. Because I think that would be in our best interests.
Yes, I think so too.
Cool.
I need a
Shall we-
dartboard to stick this on.
Shall we put a pin in it there then, I think it is.
I think so.
It
Yeah.
was a good moment to end it on, Brendan. Well pushed for. Alrighty. Well, guys, thank you very much for joining us. Hope you enjoyed. And we'll do a quick round of our favorite moments, which is how we like to end our streams. Try and just make them snappy this evening, ladies and gents. So, we need a D5 in chat, please, everybody. So, this is something we like to steal from the Dreaded GM. It's a nice and affirming thing. A lot of people other than us do it, though. So, yeah, favorite moments up in chat. We got a 3 on the dice from Shanahos. That is Braun. Favorite Braun moments.
Can I
Go on.
get one
I'm going to jump
very
in
quickly?
afterwards, but yes, go for it.
Yes, thank you. The moment where Julio unloads the previous god business and Braun, the fucking smart person in the room was like, so you did this and you talked to the god
You
of Chip
fucking
about your
idiot.
plan. He said, cool. And it was so good because, yeah, Braun was never there. So, like, getting his opinion on what the fuck happened and how we dealt with it is perfect. It's just so good. It was great.
Yep. My favorite Braun, putting your hand in the puddle. Yes.
He hasn't learned yet.
Nope.
The rest of us know.
You may have now.
I wasn't sure what kind of campaign this is, whether that would kill me or not.
Sometimes you get
PM.
transported to a dimension where you literally can't breathe the air, but,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh,
it works
fun.
out.
It's a 50-50 split, you know. I consider rolling for it.
I think you did a great job at playing Braun as not a human, but a relatable human being who has formed relationships with everyone on top of his childhood friend. And we're trying to negotiate your loyalties to everyone rather than blindly saying, well, here's my friend, so I'm going to stick
Yeah.
with Julio. You were really forging your own path between all of the inter-party conflicts and politics, and so I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel like Bron feels that he always has to be Team Julio.
Yeah. Favorite self?
Yeah, cool. That's awesome. Favorite self.
Good God, I do not know. Yeah, I think all of the above. I think actually it's kind of a combination moment. Yeah, sticking my hand in the puddle. Yep, that was great, and I'm glad I did it.
Yep.
Just
I've
want to
yet
say,
to work out exactly what it does, but yes.
I was just thinking, also, just realizing that you'd left a potentially really powerful piece of equipment in the pool. Just come back, shit's going crazy. Oh god, I left that in there.
I told you
Shit.
all. I didn't cover it up.
No,
You should
yeah.
feel very honored.
No.
I did like that it was like, guys, I was really tired. I'm sorry. I thought just disconnecting it would be enough. But I forgot that it's a capacitor. Because I was tired and stupid, and frankly, it's something no one had ever made ever before. So,
How was I supposed to know?
yeah. Cool, excellent. Let us move on then. Favorite? Can we have a D4 in chat? Abus, I am extremely blessed that I do get to play with these people because I mean I'm just in the position I know a whole bunch of actors, so I can recruit my players from amongst them. That is a 2. Favorite Julio moments.
Oh, good God.
I can't remember the exact wording. I think it was you have a CCTV in the Death Note.
Yeah.
Just casually. No biggie.
I think for me it was just every part of sneaking down to the other life node, just being like 100% I'm on board instantly, like and being on the same wavelength of like, oh yeah, definitely, you guards, go away now, and straight on in. We didn't even need to discuss it. Like it felt like, yeah, Bron and Julio had been friends for years, which is exactly what it is. But it was just easy. It's always really easy to just slip into that, and I love it.
Yeah. I like the sass. I like sassing Eric. I liked it because I really loved that it something I'm in no way shocked by. You two sass each other on the regular, but you're not afraid to have. This is really the first sort of major interpersonal conflict, and it was well handled. It was very professionally handled. It was well acted, well thought out. Both of you have very solid 4 character positions without being hostile. It was well done on both parts, and yeah, the sass came from the right place, made sense for Julio. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when they
mine
were
is-
both mad, tracked.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine is pretty similar. Just the certainty of how right and righteous he is. And yeah, bringing that into that confrontation was really cool to play with.
In fairness to Julio, Cash and Eric just had a conversation about how they don't know what the fuck to do next. Julio does.
Julio has a plan.
And yeah, Julio has an idea, which is better than anybody else seems to have.
Hey, Bron has a boomstick.
Which is also very
And
good.
some
But yeah,
drugs.
I also have never played a religious zealot or a religious figure before, much less a person who came to that decision during a campaign. I feel very fortunate that we're exploring the storyline. I'm excited with all of the progress that is happening. And yeah, Julio, like, it's an interesting position, right? Julio is very community oriented and he cares about Eric and he cares about like people here. So he definitely like sees the fear that Eric is right to feel. Like this has never been done before. But this like unyielding certainty that he's doing the thing that he's supposed to be doing, and knowing the backstory now, we know that this is something that was in the making, whether or not Julio knew about it, which makes it so much more like substantial. it's a very cool feeling, because usually I don't even play clerics, much less bard that is also a pope rogue. Like it's very fun. It's very fun.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Alrighty, a D3, please. Dream shit, node shit, so much. Bishop Blood loves the whole thing. Mean girl Julio, says Avis. Yes. In the D3, please. There we go. A 1! Damn you, Shanahos! Favorite DM moments.
Get God. Get God.
Gonna
Okay.
happen eventually.
You did so many cool things. I'm gonna leave some of the fun ones to everyone else. I'm gonna take one that is I don't think it's gonna be mentioned, but the way you present what we see and let us figure out this new spin is very good. Like when Julio and Bron came in and you gave us this description that gave us little clues as to what's happening, but it was unsettling, it was interesting, and you like the tiny details of, oh, it smells like your tea, or it makes you like think of home. Like only later in that scene did I realize, oh, this is the magic of this plane inherent to this plane. That's why it feels like home. Oh, it was perfect. Like it really gave us the sense of being the first explorers of a new magic. And this is why I love D&D. This is like, you never have a chance to fucking be a pope or like invent a new magic source. Like that doesn't fucking happen. You know, it's great. I loved it.
I want to piggyback off that because mine's similar, but not quite the same. And I've thought this before, but never found the words for it. I love the way you build tension. It's done so well, just in the same moments that Dario was describing. Like, oh yeah, cool, some magic stuff's going down, but it's with life nodes. That could have been a really reassuring point, but it was not. And I don't know why. Like, it was really subtly just something is wrong. And it's yeah, you've always been really good at being able to just like grab that tension down and go, and yeah, I love it. I love every time you do it. It's great.
Thank you.
Your glee with which you throw things like that is delightful, and very infectious. It's hard not to get excited about cool shit happening when you're so excited about the cool shit that's happening. And it makes it really easy to go on that kind of emotional journey, which is why it felt so cool that like Julio's clearly like, this is lovely and amazing and wonderful, and like the way you walked kind of us through the story definitely set that up. And then Eric comes in and is just like, well, this is fucked.
Dropping some truth bombs on you all. Yeah.
And both of them work. Both of them play perfectly into how we were brought into this place. And that's very cool.
Bishop Blood says the plane of nature payoff. Pushing through the foliage to the node like the little piece of the Tangle Wilds. Yeah. Shanahos like, greatest work ever. The only way I can do French accent is really over the top.
It was also such a good way to finish the session because it had been emotionally tense. And it was like, oh, fuck, what's happening? And then this bitch comes in with her French accent. Is great. As soon as you said that she's like, as soon as you ask if Cash is lover of the theater, I'm like, no. The payoff on the play. Are you kidding me?
It's a testament to how tired I am right now that I did not immediately twig what was about to happen to me.
So a
because
note
I
about
really
that.
should have seen that coming a lot sooner than I fucking did.
The words major mayhem have been written at the bottom of my notes and kept getting bumped down and down and down and down for like 5 or 6 episodes so far. Like since that idea was introduced, I was just like fucking doing that. Gotta be in there somewhere. Yeah, absolutely.
My favorite DM moment was being willing to give us space through the whole episode. I have a feeling that there's probably, you said to us at the beginning, there's a lot of stuff that you wanted to get through, and I imagine we didn't get through all of it. That we maybe got through half, if that. But
Most of it.
the moments that we had, that RP that we had of discussing the implications of everything, me asking at the end, look, I think it's important for Kesh and Eric to have this conversation, and allowing us that time. And there were points where you tried to rush us, but when we pushed back against that, you gave us that space. And so I really appreciated you trusting us with that, even though there was a whole bunch of shit that you wanted to get done.
I had a really good ending point, but as we often do, and this is going to feed into my favorite Brendan moment, you pushed for it and there is trust. And I'm like, no, Brendan knows. Brendan is a storyteller too. Brendan has a scene he wants to have, and it will probably be a really good bookend scene. Knowing him, this conversation is either going to be crippling or very good. We'll fix it. We'll fix things.
Healing.
Yeah, healing is the word I was looking for. Yes, restorative. That was the word I was looking for. And yeah, that was my favorite you moment, was pushing to have that and then having it and it being what I imagine you imagined it to be. Was the honesty, brutal honesty, but also, but I'm not mad at you. But we're not actually doing favorite Brendan moment just yet. The super secret hideout, yes. My favorite me moment, I really like. Yeah, all right. My favorite me moment was, what was the line? That which you lost.
Oh. I have
am
two theories, and both are sucky.
so excited for you to find out what it is.
I just had a brainwave. Oh.
Yeah, we should write to each other like what your theory is, because I have two and I hate them both.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Alrighty. Favorite. We need a D2 in chat, please. Diggity.
I've never had that to begin with. How dare you?
We lost it a very long time ago.
Yep.
Gave away or lost? Yeah. Sanity again. Where was that ever? Let us have a D2, please. Morality. I can do a D2.
Yeah.
Yo, the Void Plane stole his virginity.
Oh, nice.
Shanahouse rolled a 1. Okay, that is Kesh, I think. Yes. Kesh has fallen out of bed. Yeah. No, you go for it. I was speaking without actually a thought behind the thought.
My favorite moment was your line, "I was a criminal," because Eric has been right this episode. Like, just has been correct, but that really cooked the correctness. Didn't argue and say he was wrong, but just showed Eric the other side really gently, and I loved it. It was both truthful to your character and also exactly what that moment needed. We wanted to know that Eric knew that, and it was a great moment. I loved it.
Yeah. To piggyback off that as well, it really brings like the line through the campaign of like a few sessions ago. Cash and Julio talked about this being criminals in our past and trying to change that and being on that other side. So it's very cool to see that Cash is like, look, I'm not being flippant. I just don't believe I need to hold that sole authority, which is, I mean, that's another sign of a very good leader, She knows that she's not end all be all. She can't judge people very easily, which makes her so empathetic, so cool. I love Kesh very much. She's a great character. Really brings this like grounded empathy that is just based on being a very good understanding. Hey, I'm just a person. She like Kesh never hides from the fact that she's just a person, and that's great.
There was a line where Kesh said, "I don't think I'm being looked at to be," or it said something along the lines of, "I'm being looked at to make all these big decisions, and I don't think I have any right to make them." And my gut response was, and the moment you do start feeling that right, then that is the moment you no longer have it. And it was a really good line. It solidified a very good position to have, a very sensible line to have. But my favorite moment of Kesh was, Avis has said it, Kesh's confusion with the theater lady was so genuine. Pavoni Thousand Eyes. I particularly love just your panic after she leaves, going, "Oh my god, I've made a horrible decision." And the detail that I tell her more than I would have. She is a very compelling person to talk to. It's like talking to a psychologist. You just spill out more than you actually really intended to. So yeah, you got what I was going for and you went with it, and it was great.
I liked the subtle and not so subtle ways throughout the entire episode that you, and maybe this is just Karen being tired, but the ways that you were telegraphing Kesh dealing with the morality of everything that we have been dealing with this entire day, including everything that Leandric has been up to, as well as the implications with this new node, all while trying to keep this guise of keeping it together as the de facto leader, then culminating in that conversation that Kesh and Eric had at the end, where it felt like there was a lot of honesty between the two of them. And so when you were saying that stuff, I was thinking, oh yeah, I can see how that was telegraphed earlier in this session. So I thought that was really cool.
I was also trying to be aware that I have a bad habit of forgetting when I'm injured as a character. And I'm like, don't forget, you got the shit kicked out of you last episode. You're not going to be waltzing around really happy with everything right now.
Yeah. It was funny, you were all talking about your low hit points, and I was looking at mine, I'm like, I'm on 38 out of 88. Like, I'm not healthy, but
below
I'm
half,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're better off than everyone else. We're like, you sneeze on us, we die.
Yeah. You could have TPK'd us.
Yeah.
Eric,
I was thinking actually, I was thinking that when we came to the node and the tenders were there to stop us, in my head, I didn't want to say it out loud because I didn't want to give the DM dramatic moments to feed into because it already was too much. But in my head, I was like, if we haven't had a long rest and they want to stop me, I will try to fight them, but I'm on 10 hit points. And they will easily overpower me.
No,
in that
I had
state.
already decided you had had a long rest at that point.
And I was like, thank God, because Julio would still go down with the ship, but it would be a very sad sight.
Yeah. Tenders are not fighters either, really. They would have knocked you unconscious at most. But,
same. If Julio won, he'd be like, okay, guys, just.
I know you were non-lethaling it, but yeah. This session made me realize something, and this is a kudos to all four of you. It's why I'm a better DM than I am a player. Or that I am a better DM than I am a player, because I genuinely do not think I would have acted your characters, any of the characters, as well as you guys did. I would have acted a character in this situation as well as you guys did. I am better at being short little bits of character rather than one deep dive. I've never had the opportunity to play this length of campaign with this depth of seriousness in an RP setting. So I couldn't say for sure, but I genuinely don't think I would be as good at it as you guys. So kudos to you.
Well, for us, it's coming from habit. Like have been with these characters for a very long time, so we know how they think in that situation. I think you would have been great. You just have to inhabit that one character for a long time.
Yeah. Anyway,
these characters have all been built up to this stage.
Well,
we've been through a lot of shit at this point.
Let us
Except for
Don't sell
Braun,
yourself too short.
who was just built brilliant.
Yeah, literally. Thank God we now finally have somebody who can make history checks with decent numbers. And like, he is better at religion than Julio. Just by very nature of having a high end.
I just realized something. I'm looking at my sheet. I only have 3 skills I'm proficient with. Is that correct?
No. Absolutely
well,
not.
You'll need to look at it, because when you multiclass into Bard, you get less proficiencies.
Okay.
So it's not an answer that I can shortly tell you the answer to.
I'm pretty
but
confident. No, you do still get 1. You absolutely do get a new proficiency from multiclassing to Bard.
Because I only have investigation, persuasion, and stealth. That's all I have.
You should definitely have more than that.
You're a rogue Bard. You should have 4 from being a rogue alone. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have a look at that. Cool.
Please do not take religion.
Got it.
No, but they need that to get invited to weddings. Now we do favorite Brendan moments.
Yes.
Jack of all trades.
Well,
I'm pretty sure Jack of all trades is in there, which is why religion is a +3.
Yeah, I have Jack of all trades. I just don't have any proficiencies other than those 3. But
that's weird.
Now we're talking about Brendan.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so juicy. So juicy. Such drama. I'm like,
just coming in with
delicious.
the "you fucked my shit up" energy was so great.
I really loved that, like, Josh being very diplomatic. Oh, no one is allowed inside. And Brendan's like, no. Specifically, Julio cannot go in. I was like, delicious. I fucking hate you, but thank you. That was so good, because he knew that there was like a dramatic tension there. So it was great. It was great. And like Eric being so like infuriating, because he's like, well, I'm gonna go now. I'm like, fuck you. Because you're essentially like prolonging that dramatic tension, which works very well for the story, because if we just talked for longer, we would have came to a fucking agreement, because both positions are very valid. But now we're like,
the other thing too is Julio and Braun at that point had a long rest, and Eric had not.
He's exhausted. He's angry. Yeah.
That wasn't the time to have that reconciliation.
No. Yeah, it was perfect. No, I fully agreed with you. Like, the whole like argument is so great. Like, I really, really love how much we understand each other as players and as characters, because we have the space and the comfort to do like dramatic arguments and disagreements, and know that this is not in bad faith. This is just part of the story, and we're all excited to see where it leads. It's good, so good. Thank you, Brendan.
Thank you.
I think bringing that, I have never seen Eric like this. I didn't know that this was a part of Eric's character.
2 or 3
so
times.
Yeah, I think as
I think he's gotten like this.
Not to
2
this
or 3.
extent.
No. But never not with Bron. No. I mean, total throughout the course of what we've seen of him, maybe 2 or 3 times. Every now and again, Eric is the voice of reality. Every now and again, but it's super rare. Yeah.
But yeah, as an introduction, it was wonderful. It wasn't ever personal towards each of us. It was just factual and factually correct. And like, yes, the kids should go with the policeman.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Who cares that they want to go with the caring person? You're absolutely correct. But it's just it was a great way to. Like, I didn't hate the character because of it. I was like, got
a point. It's not a nice point, but
that's
it is
actually
a point.
all the way through.
Yeah.
But it is a point, and like I've been playing with people before who were like, "Oh, my character just does this," and it's completely antithetical to everything the party's trying to do. And that was not this. It was handled really well, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, it was. Yeah,
That's it.
Solid work.
Um,
And it made that whole interaction just so much more interesting and fun. Because we weren't all like, "Oh, that's so dope." Eric's like, "Are you fucking shitting me? Do you realize what we've done? Like, do you realize what is happening here?" It gave it some spice.
I had
I like the spice.
two. I'm gonna say the big one. I loved you opening the door for the law. Going looking for that law. Going looking for, okay, I'm going to find some justification for my position because I'm pretty sure I'm fucking right. And yeah, Eric goes away and calls everyone. Havel will be there probably by tomorrow. And so, yeah, and we'll get there. But honestly, you probably already know more about this than Havel does. There's maybe 2 people at the Avium who know as much as you do about the elemental planes by the end of this week. And they don't, no one. You are the first person in this setting to learn the truth of the creation myth, of the creation of the material plane. And not so much learn it as piece it together from little bits and pieces. No one knows that. Whether or not Eric shares it.
And that and that felt really rewarding because Eric's place on this team ostensibly is the elemental guy.
Yeah.
So to have that knowledge, particularly given the context of the session, feels good.
Oh, Bishop Blood Nevermore absolutely has. Unfortunately, Mitch has a young child, and therefore is difficult to get a hold of to play.
Yeah, he's insisting on like taking care of the kid for some reason. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Skill issue.
Yeah, and Dan is doing a master's in physics, so Bennick's out too, sadly.
How dare he go study something useful and
Nevermore
practical?
and Bennick are currently on the plane of death. I will tell you that for free.
Yeah.
It would have been so cool for Julio to see Nevermore there because they have never interacted.
No.
So Julio
You have no
would
idea who
think
this
that
random
is an
Corvin
enemy.
dude is. Yeah. What?
You might not like him, Julio.
I'm so excited.
Oh, you absolutely would not like him. If you, you had a problem with Eric. Like all the things that irritate,
very mild.
all the things that people are irritated about Eric are way more worse in Nevermore. Eric is Nevermore is what Eric would have been if he had grown up the way his granny wanted him to.
Eric has looked at Nevermore and said, "No thanks."
Nope.
God damn.
They're even fellow Corvum. Like,
Yep.
Amusingly, also both saviors of Alderheart. So
Takes all sort to save the older heart.
it does.
Yeah.
Oh, we all love Nevermore. He's great. Peasants. But
I never got tired of him saying it with that inflection. It never got boring.
yes.
Yeah. It was.
Oh, Bishop Blood is saying, I wonder what you think about Trish. Well, I wonder too, but I've never met her because I've never been invited to places where Trish hangs out. So that's there.
Primarily weddings.
Wait, were you at the wedding? Oh no, wait, you weren't.
Trish-
Ah, shit.
Amusingly hates Eric.
Oh, yeah, that's true. They had
Trish
a
and
very
Eric
weird
are dead
misunderstanding.
set the 2 most principled characters in this entire setting.
Fucking hate
and they
each other.
hate each other's guts, which is hilarious because I'm pretty sure, given what Trish has now done, Eric would hate her too. For similar reasons, like Trish has done shit that she would judge the shit out of Eric for having done. In fact, did judge the shit out of Eric having done, even though Eric didn't do it. There we go. Anyway.
Yeah. This was a really difficult session for Eric. The first 20 or so minutes, I had to have this shitty, sour look on my face, while the rest of you were hanging out with Leandric and Sage and being like, how cool are you two? And Eric's just standing there waiting for his opinion to be asked of, hey, this is he's literally a murderer. Just feeling like he wasn't being taken seriously, that the gravity of both situations weren't being taken seriously. That conversation at the end with Kesh, for the record, I had no idea how that conversation was going to go. I started it very specifically with Colonel Glitterweave because
that was my other moment. Was choosing that. Yeah,
and I feel like that sent a message to Cash pretty quickly. But yeah, if that conversation had gone differently, then Eric would have possibly left the party or recruited his own people to actively try and stop Julio. But yeah, that conversation with Kesh kind of grounded him and made him feel like they were still of the same mind. And Eric said affirming stuff to Kesh that I didn't expect to say. So I thought that was really cool.
I think having it happen immediately after the theater incident also was really interesting, because Kesh was completely like unprepared for that conversation. She sent the note and was fully expecting him to leave her hanging for a while. But no, you came straight away, and I've just been interrogated by a theater person, and oh god, what have I told her about my life? I may be in really big trouble. And then had to immediately like shift gears and be like, it'll be all right. And
honestly,
you get to come to the theater and watch me be humiliated. You'll love it.
And that will probably help. But no, honestly, I was intending to not have Eric come to your office and to make Kesh come to his if the conversation was going to happen. But for the sake of expediency, that isn't how that happened, and I think that worked out fine and probably actually better.
I did like how you immediately threw that in my face, like you summoned me.
Yeah.
Just like, dude,
I just wanted to talk.
Just said we should talk. I was kind of expecting you to ignore me for 3 days. What the fuck?
I can do that if you want.
I'm really glad that we had that conversation this session though, because I had a lot of shit, sitting within Eric for this 3-4 hours, feeling that way. I didn't want, and particularly because we have next week off. Yeah, it felt like it was best to have that now with that still present. But that was probably one of my favorite sessions in a long time.
Yeah, I've run 3 games in the last month that I was like, oh, I should enter this into the film festivals. This would make a really good one. And I'm like, God, I've got to pick one now. I think it's still going to be the fight with Kren, but in the Dreamscape. But yeah, this one was very... The problem is this one doesn't make a lot of sense out of context. Whereas the Dreamscape fight was a solid hour of just fucking dope. But the end of last session as well was also just super fucking cool. Just letting you guys go ham on the world and do what you want to do on it. Cool. Alrighty, glorious. Well, we've been streaming for 4.25 hours, and we started a little late. So we will go away from here now and raid somebody. Gotta raid somebody. Who we got? Tabletop RPGs, Cyberpunk Red, Shock and Awe, Session 16. Cybernation Uncensored. we will probably go and drop a raid over there. They look like they're having a game of, well, something or another. Let's go and find out. That sounds rather fun. Drop a raid over there. So, yeah, guys, who the absolute heck are you? Quickly. Brendan.
I'm Brendan. I'm a director. I'm an actor. I'm going to LARP next weekend. That's why I'm not going to be here. Sorry, not sorry.
Neither are we. We get to play Jason Statham's Great Vacation.
Woo!
I'm a little sorry about missing that.
Yeah. Well, if it's really great, we may do it again. Jason will just go on another vacation. Kesh,
Well,
Karen.
how indulgent in this economy?
Who are you?
Me?
Yes, you.
Me? Oh, hi, I'm Karen. I am a performer, a writer of filthy limericks about tits. You can find me here, usually on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but tomorrow night you can find me on the Law Rights channel playing Vason?
Yes.
Vason? Am I saying it right?
Yes.
Vason, it's a wonderful Scandi RPG. I am playing a private detective who's married to Josh's character, who's an occultist. And we're like a super spoopy occult shit team.
Yeah.
It's going to be great, and you guys should come experience it.
Are you
I'm
playing
not-
a different character, Josh?
Yes, I'm
From
not
the
the
one
doctor.
that you played?
Not the doctor this time.
Not the doctor.
This is this
I
is going to be
played,
yes.
It was
It's-
so good.
it is
Vason,
very fun.
With
Without
Lowride
Anna.
is great.
Yes. Yeah, it is going to be Karen and I and Zach, the Renegade Chicken, and Terrace, I
Hey.
think. And Jess may be joining us for a later session or two, the Queen Bench. So that's going to be super duper fun. Karen will be playing Annika Blomqvist, and I will be Ansfrid Blomqvist. Yeah, husband and wife, private detectives, and I'm also sort of, I'm mostly for speaking with the dead. John, who the heck are you?
Hi, I'm John. Been a performer for a long time. Avid fan of D&D and of these chaps. So yes, had a lot of fun.
Hell yeah. Daria? Porn?
Porn, yes. Art, yes. Daria, yes. Julio, yes. Here next Thursday playing Jason Statham. He's staying. Not him exactly.
I will be Jason Statham. You can be everybody else.
Oh, but what if I wanted to be Jason Statham?
Well, is your Jason Statham impression as good as mine?
I don't know. Do you see these guns?
Whoa! That's illegal.
All right. I'm gonna type my name now. Josh. I am Josh the Pirate. You can find me here on my channel, Corsair's Cove, where I run D&D and other RPG-related games with my lovely wife Karen, the mother of bunnies, all my splendid friends, and Daria.
Got him.
Got him. So we are going to be off for the next few days, but I will be, as we said, over tomorrow evening, 4 p.m. AWST, I think, on the Law Rights channel for Vason. You will see announcements when we go live in our Discord. I will put a going live up in there in our announcements, so you can join in then. We also have a YouTube. If you want to check out previous episodes you may have missed, and we have all the exclamation marks, so CLs. Karen, could you quickly tell us about the Ukraine?
I can. You may have heard about the Ukraine in the last couple of years, that pesky war that's been going on. Sadly, it continues. So if you are able to spare a few pennies from your digital wallet, the link in chat is for the Emergency Action Appeal charity, which is specifically supporting Ukrainian refugees. If you can, I'm sure they would be super grateful. Every little helps. Massive thanks to those who have managed to donate already. You're dope, and we love you.
Good on you, champions. We also have links here for Trollord Games, whose Kickstarter, Gary Gygax's Fantasy Worlds, is on right now on Kickstarter. Check it out at trollord.com. And Wooten Forge. Wooten Forge are the creators of WA and possibly even the world's finest handcrafted wooden tabletop accessories. Check them out at wootenforge.com/Corsairs Cove. Guys, we're going to go away and raid Cybernation Uncensored. So, throw your favorite raid emotes up in chat. Tell Cybernation Uncensored where you came from, from. Show them the love like we always do. And we will be back, same bat time, same bat channel on Tuesday evening for a little bit more Baldur's Gate. I'm also going to have a look at a new class that has been released for Humblewood. They have released a new class, the Fizzar. It is basically an artificer, but with differences. If it's good, we may look at Bron. We may be having a second look at Bron and maybe respecting a little bit. I don't know, Doctor. But we will find out. So we'll do that. Go away. Say hi to everybody else. We'll see you tomorrow evening on the Law Rights channel. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Whee!